Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Up for Jake Shapiro sitting in the seat that Cecil Lammy usually occupies. You're actually going to be here, I think, on Monday too, right?
Yep.
Friday and Monday, little Dover and Shapiro going down. I'm fired up for it.
The Shapiro sandwich, I know it's going to be fun because I didn't even remember we were doing radio when we were just talking right before we went on air. And I'm like, oh, man, I got to put the headphones on. We're live.
Now we got cool Friday night plans together too.
Yeah.
So going to be fired up for that. The
See you in 12
are,
hours.
Yeah, that's right. Kevin and Alex are here, and we've got a ton to get into. We're still licking our wounds a little bit from how our teams ended their seasons, and with Jake being here and us not getting to chat a lot, we'll revisit some of those conversations and some of the things that we've talked about since, well, the Nuggets season has been over and the Avs season has, of course, been over. But I got to start with what I watched, and I'm assuming you watched last night too, Jake. That is Game 6 between San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Now, I was all for watching the Avs and rooting for them to get to the Stanley Cup final. But when that thing was 2-0 and 3-0 and I could read the room and go, yep, this thing is over, I actually started to get annoyed because I'm like, let me watch good sports. Let me watch basketball with San Antonio and OKC and not just the death of the Colorado Avalanche. I got that last night. I got to lock in and watch tip to final buzzer for the first time in that series without interruption. And as a full OKC hater and denier of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jake Shapiro, it was beautiful to watch.
What about that 20-point game streak, Josh? Everyone's touting all the time.
Oh, I know.
Fourth time in the last 2 postseasons he has failed to score 20 points in a game, and that's what his entire MVP case was built on.
And wonder why he didn't score those points.
Because the depoy is better than the MVP, and I think it's an open secret that most of the people know, except, of course, the league MVP voters who seem to be behind the times on just about everything. But Josh, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I've been covering the Avs hardcore, no doubt about it. But besides Game 1 of the Avs series, which happened during Game 2 of Thunder Spurs, my eyes drifted to Thunder Spurs the entire time. I've had the double box up on YouTube. Yeah. I even had the college baseball play-ins for the World Series, the Big Ten tournament, the ACC tournament up on the quad box. I've of course got the French Open up on the quad box. So, man, my eyes have been drifting off that Avs series because I felt like after especially Game 2 and Game 3, it was over, like right? It was just we saw what was happening there. So, yeah, unfortunately, besides Game 1, none of the games have been close, and no games in the NBA have been good now for 9-10 days. But I have a feeling that Saturday is going to be pure cinema.
Yes, it is. I can't wait for Saturday's Game 7. It's what I think basketball fans have been wanting of. It's weird that this 22-year-old Frenchman that's a half a foot away from being 8 feet tall is now kind of like our savior, ours together to defeat the evil that is the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think people forget a lot. He's 22, and I'll wake up and I'll watch the yelling shows as I'm preparing for work and stuff like that. And, of course, I know what they're trying to do, but it still gets me sometimes of like, man, they're killing the kid back at Game 5, and then I just keep trying to remind myself that, hey, this dude's 22. He's in year number 3. What I'm trying to do, Jake, is enjoy it before I hate it because that's going to come too. They're going to win a lot, and they might be in this position for the foreseeable future for a decade, maybe more, depending on what happens with that core. I'm trying to enjoy what this is right now because it looks and it feels like that San Antonio, despite what else is going on around the league, is doing it and playing the right way.
I agree with you, and because of that, I don't know that I'll ever hate it. I think there's inherent, like, they've got the alien, I'm going to hate it, but as a guy who obviously roots for the Rockies and wants the Rockies to do well, I can't bring myself to hating the Dodgers. I can't because Ohtani does everything right, and the Dodgers try to win.
You see what he did the other night?
It was awesome. Yeah. Like, I can't do it. Like, Of course, when the Giants and Rockies were going at it in the 2010s, I hated Buster Posey and whatever, but I also respected him. Whereas with the Thunder, I don't feel like I have that respect. So, and you mentioned Wemby's age, and it's important to point that out, Dover, but you don't go far enough. Their second best player is Stephon Castle, who is 21 years old.
Yeah.
Their third best player is Harper, who is 20 years old. This is incredible to watch.
And they still have draft pick after draft pick coming their way.
But I'm not going to do this whole thing that you want to do and the path every sports talk radio show wants to take us down. This is the start of the dynasty. The Thunder have all these assets. Who's going to stop the Thunder? Well, the Thunder could be stopped tomorrow night. And guess what? The tanking reform draft lottery thing that they approved yesterday, which is total horse hockey, that might stop the Spurs. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Kale and Nate are going to win 4 championships and Jokic and Jamal are bound for another just because they won one. I don't even know if the Spurs are going to get past the Knicks. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4. Who's stopping these folks? Because the league keeps changing its rules.
Sure.
And it's hard to keep up with what's going to happen next in the NBA. But as of now, this is a brilliantly constructed team. It's very fun to watch. I love watching Harper play in particular.
He's
Castle's great. Devin Vassell might be the best 4th man in the NBA.
Him getting in Chet's chili last night, I was pretty big fan of that. Yeah.
When this year, or any time in the last 10 years, has that not been a technical foul? You block a guy, push him, and then yell and clap in his face.
And you're staring at him, like dead-eyeing him.
What happened? And I'm like, this is coming from the same guy who, after Game 5, Tony Brothers, who's running for mayor of Norfolk, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, is that real?
Hilarious and real. I can send you the link. It's William Tony Brothers. He's going by his full name, is running for mayor of Norfolk. After Game 5, I'm like, man, this whistle is brutal, brutal. Game 6, I'm sitting there going, well, if Shea's going to fall, you better have Carter Bryant put him down.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is what I live for.
Carter Bryant, like full on just football charging at him is exactly what we needed to see. Now, of course, the question comes with all the Adam Silver stuff. We're going to talk about that throughout the show. The 3-2-1, not addressing the flopping. It's been pretty convenient to hear some of the bigger names. What was it, Mike Breen? I've heard Reggie Miller go on, Dan Patrick can do it. Like all these bigger names in the NBA are really starting to try to bring that narrative back the other way. I heard it last night on the broadcast. Well, if you want to talk about free throws, it's what Victor shot versus what Shea's shot. It's like, you guys, you don't get it. It's about perception, and they're losing that war right now.
Remember what Jaden McDaniels said about the Nuggets?
Unfortunately, I do, yeah.
Do you remember what David Adelman's response was?
We don't care what they say.
Our defensive rating is this.
Oh, yeah.
He pointed to a calculator when everyone's eyes told us the same thing.
There we go.
Whenever people have to point to a calculator, when everyone who is unbiased has eyes that believe and see, agree on the same topic, the people with the calculators are wrong. And the fact that the entirety of the NBA believes this about SGA, and this isn't just like me as a guy who's in a the team that lost them in the playoffs and likes that team. This is, I talk to other people around the league.
Yeah.
You see what other fan bases have to say, people who are completely unbiased, and this is real. This is not like a fake thing. And unfortunately, because the league has flopping rules and has chosen not to enforce them, they've let this issue spiral. If they had simply enforced this from the get-go, maybe they wouldn't have encouraged this style of play, and it would have been like, oh, Shea got 3 flopping fines earlier in the year, and then he stopped doing it.
Or the Halliburton comment from a couple days. Yeah, of course you're being taught to draw fouls. That sort of thing would have gone away.
Did you hear Adam Silver on Pat McAfee yesterday? I know you were on. Basically, he said there's a difference between foul baiting and selling contact. That's the commissioner of the NBA basically encouraging you to sell contact.
So there's an art of doing so is what he's saying.
Correct. He's encouraging the James Hardens of the world.
Oh, God. Adam Silver. Every time he opens his mouth, he hurts the game that I love the most.
Yep.
Adam Silver, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we'll get back to that. Like I said, tons to talk about with what this Game 7 will be. We'll preview it a little bit, pick who we think is going to win. I think we all know who we want to win, but who will hold it down in Game 7 Saturday night. We'll do that as the show goes on. Want to hear from you guys today. A couple ways to do it. Tribe Roll Call. It's all about you. Tell us who you are, where you are, and what you're doing for a buck today. Let us give you a little love, your company some love, especially if you own that thing. Hit us up at 303-713-1043. It's the RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on the end of your text. It's going to get your text read a little faster. Trucker Roll Call. Y'all make the world go round. Who are you, where are you, what's your route? Same deal. Over on the RamosLaw.com text line, if you're one of our YouTube viewers, appreciate you. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Get in the Tribe chat, fueled by Champ Honda over there, and hit us up. All right, Shapiro in for Cecil. We're rocking with you till 2 o'clock. Yesterday, Jake, Cecil and I talked about who was disappointing between the Avs, Nuggets, and Broncos. More disappointing. I want to revisit that conversation with you, but then isolate the cores of each of those teams and talk about who we trust more. That's coming up next.
After a stunning defeat at the hands of the Golden Knights, are the Avalanche facing a similar reality as their Ball Arena counterparts?
Here's the stark reality. The championship windows for these two teams have closed. And so both teams need to move on to different coaches. Both teams need to shake up their rosters. The Nuggets have already shown that they're not willing to do that. Now we'll see what the Avs do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Memorial Day savings are going on now at Mountain High Appliances Clearance Center. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Save up to 60% on brand new appliances from Bosch, GE, LG, KitchenAid, and more. Amazing savings on out-of-box, discontinued, and floor models. Plus, we'll match any local competitor's price. Visit us today and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Pay what Ford and Lincoln employees pay at Siltahar Motors. Hundreds of new 2025 and 2026 vehicles, all at employee pricing. Savings of thousands off sticker, no negotiating, no games. The price is the price. Siltahar has been family-owned for 66 years, 4 dealerships under one roof, and a reputation built on neighbors taking care of neighbors. Shop hundreds of vehicles with employee pricing at sthmotors.com. Find yours before they're gone. Highway 36 in Wadsworth, Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
The Looking for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 50 years. And they have one of my favorite auctions that's open for bidding right now that's ending June 3rd, a government fleet vehicle and equipment auction. This has SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks, utility trucks, dump trucks, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. Open for bidding right now only at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are off and rolling on a Friday edition of the program. Still want to hear from you guys a couple different ways. Mention the RamosLaw.com text line, our YouTube page as well. By the way, Jake Shapiro sitting in for one Cecil Lammy. YouTube is usually Cecil's baby. So I don't know if you want to monitor what's going on over there and keep track with the crew at DenverSports.com or YouTube.com/DenverSports. It's usually what he does.
Well, I'll be happy to do so because earlier this morning I was on the YouTube for TNT Sports watching Roland Garros,
nice.
And John McEnroe and Patrick McEnroe took my question. I was very excited.
No.
Yeah,
Dude,
so I was in the
sick.
chat. So I'm just like you guys in the chat.
Yeah.
I was doing that on another channel.
Dude, did you ever, I got a tweet read on Jim Rome once before. I think I was in school to do this broadcasting nonsense, and I tweeted at Rome, and then he read it, and I was like, I did it. I'm successful. I made it. My tweet was on Rome.
First day I got a Twitter, and I'm excited to check our X in a little bit.
Yeah.
First day I got on Twitter, I got on Intentional Talk on MLB Network with
Nice.
Kevin Millar, and I'm like,
Yeah.
look at me. And this was like a sophomore year of high school, so same thing. I was like, I made it.
Like, this is easy.
Yeah.
I could do this all day.
Right.
All right, we are off and rolling. Like I said, yesterday we got into a conversation. It'll be something we talk about as the offseason rolls on. These teams that ripped our hearts out. Started with the Broncos in January. The Nuggets did it a month ago. And then here are the Avalanche doing it to us the day after Memorial Day. Who can be back as soon as next year? And then really what I started to think of was like these cores. I put together just like a 3-player core from each team. And you can change the core. You can tell me I'm wrong or I nailed it, whatever the case may be. And then I want to get into the conversation of like, all right, with this core, which of the cores do we trust the most to return to form and give us a chance to party at a parade together? So with the Broncos, they lost first. We'll go there. I actually think the core is Bo Nix, Pat Surtain, and Jalen Waddle. That would be the core for me for the Denver Broncos. Do you have any pushback on those names, or did I miss somebody there?
I don't think Jalen Waddle can be part of the core
Because
yet.
they haven't played yet?
Yeah, and I think they've extended themselves pretty heavily with another guy that you're missing, and it's the identity of their team, Nick Bonito.
Oh, wow.
Because
Nick Bonito. So 2 defensive players, or you take PS2 off?
No, PS2's on there.
Okay.
PS2's the best player on the team. I would keep PS2 over Bo Nix personally. Like,
how dare you? Don't say that on this show.
I'm just saying, like, PS2 is awesome, and I'm not anti-Bo. I'm just saying, like, PS2 is that sick.
Kevin, just put your name on the list.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put you on my anti-PS2 list. How about that? I'm gonna come right back at you.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
All right. Well, I
think Bonito's a pretty good name. I think edge rusher, cornerback. If I had to pick one player to like start a team with, I'm probably going edge rusher first.
Yeah, obviously after the quarterback and
quarterback,
Bo
right, between the two, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think Bonito's so important, and you saw his impact on the Broncos defense as soon as he hit his sophomore year and started hitting his stride. I mean, he had 14 and a half sacks last year, Josh. Like, this is not some slouch, and I know he cooled off a little bit towards the second half of the season, and so did the defense as a whole, but the entire identity of this Broncos team is built off the defense, and the offense kind of supplements whatever the defense does.
Yeah.
So I think Bonito is far more important to what this team does than Jalen Waddle, and I think Bonito's going to have a longer career in Denver than Jalen Waddle.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So you think Jalen Waddle's a little rental type of piece?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that, but Benito's already been extended. Jalen Waddle's got, 2-3 years left on his contract. Benito's got more years left on his contract. Benito's younger than Jalen Waddle. He's in a newer draft class than Jalen Waddle. I think there's a lot of evidence that points to we could see Nick Benito progressing in his career to a point where he ends up in his 30s in a situation where Von Miller was last year, where he's getting 9 sacks, is basically a middle reliever, a specialist. And I don't think that role really exists for a player like Jalen Waddle in his mid to late 30s.
Look, you're making good points. I think what my decision-making on Jalen Waddle was who he is and what I think he's bringing. A dude that averages 1,098 yards a season, receiving, every year. That's what he's averaged over his 5-year NFL career. I think he's automatically the best wide receiver on the team. We've talked at length about how he can operate in the middle of the field. It was... I forgot who called him the middle of the field demon. We had a guest on the show. It's like, he's a middle of the field demon, something that they needed specifically. So I am kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt of what I think it will be. That's why I put him on the core. And also, I like offense more than defense in all sports. Good defensive team equals boring to me. That's how I feel about sports.
I get it, and it's the entire reason why on Shapiro and Piro yesterday, or I guess that was today. I shot it yesterday because I'm on this show. It competes with this show, so tough. Yeah. But I said on the show that we're doing today about the whole reason why I would bring Von Miller back to the Broncos is because what fans care about and the entertainment value in sports is so important. There's a reason why the first letter in ESPN stands for entertainment.
You're right.
And to me, there's something so important and core to the Broncos' identity in Von Miller. I mean, how many people, and the whole thing is Sean Payton doesn't want him because he won't play special teams and he needs that backup edge to play special teams. How many people in Power Field have Sean Payton jerseys?
0.
How many people have Von Miller jerseys still?
70,000.
Correct. So I would be maneuvering to keep Von Miller, but point goes the same. I understand why a Jalen Waddle would excite you more than a Nick Benito. I just think that for what the Broncos are building and their future and what George Payton envisions this team for the next 5 to 10 years, they need a Nick Benito more than they need a Jalen Waddle.
Okay. As far as let's go to the Nuggets now. I mean, the core, I wrote down Joker Jamal and Aaron Gordon, knowing that Aaron Gordon might not be around, Jamal might not be around, who they're going to trade or look to move this offseason. Would you put anybody else's name in there besides Aaron Gordon?
Joker, David, and then Adelman?
I hate that he's a part of the core, but I guess for one more year he is.
I mean, they're keeping him over potentially Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray. I mean, Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray are in trade rumors left and right now.
If the core is Joker, Jamal, and David Adelman, I don't know that I want in.
I don't.
Yeah.
And the core might be Christian Brown simply because no one wants him.
Because you have to keep him?
Yeah, and Tim Bontemps wrote yesterday that he's a shopping piece, and Bobby Marks also wrote yesterday he's a shopping piece. Yeah, man, I'm pretty sure the Nuggets are leaking that because I don't know who's wanting Christian Brown and who's going, we need that guy right now. And I'm not even an anti-Christian Brown guy. I'm just looking at a guy with a 5-year, $125 million extension who just performed poorly this season. But and yeah, it was injury-based, but it's true.
He's not an offensive threat, and you got to pay him $125 million.
So we're sitting here a couple years later going, oh, the Nuggets have a core 4. I don't really even know who their core 2 is. And I obviously know it's Joker and Jamal, but if you're talking about everything's on the table and you're not including Jamal staying, we're definitely keeping Jamal, that shakes up the core quite a bit. And they made the core shake-up move last year with trading Michael Porter Jr., and now everything's on the table. So I would say based off the inclinations they're giving right now, I think Peyton Watson's going to be as big of a part of this team's future as anybody besides Nikola Jokic. So it might be Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Peyton Watson moving forward. And Josh, I
didn't even consider Watson. Good call there.
I have an insane stat for you. Insane. So since Peyton Watson debuted, which was in the championship season, but he didn't play much his rookie year, Nikola Jokic has played 2,000 minutes in the playoffs, which is basically an entire season. Not surprising. The Nuggets have played a lot of playoff games.
They're good.
Do you know how many career playoff minutes Peyton Watson has?
No.
303.
I was going to guess 500, but
because he's been hurt 2 different times going into the playoffs, and he wasn't part of the rotation the other 2 years.
That's not good. Availability is an ability.
So we're talking about a core in a championship window with a multi-time MVP where you're relying on a guy who's barely played in the playoffs.
And one guy in Jamal that just proved it from the regular season perspective this year. His first time.
Yeah.
Not good.
So, I mean, I can poke holes in it, but you're probably right. It's Joker, Jamal, and AG. That's what I would do on the surface level. But there is, I would say, a 20% chance that one of those last two names is gone by the start of next season.
Well, I really like the so if they can move Cam or Christian, as ESPN was reporting for Payton, you might slide him in there because of what I assume they're going to try to do with Aaron moving forward if he's on the roster, which is very, very, minute management, limiting things like that. Payton would slide in and take that role.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think Aaron would be playing probably 28 minutes a night as the starting power forward, but be playing less, obviously.
Like no back-to-backs, things like that.
Yeah, but do you believe the Cronkies are going to dodge the tax this year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so then they're trading Jamal or Aaron because trading Cam, if they're going to pay what they're projecting Payton, still does not give them enough money to get under the tax and fill out a roster, even if they get rid of Jonas Valanciunas, even if they get rid of Tim Hardaway Jr., even if they get rid of Bruce Brown. They're going to still need to trade either Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, or Aaron Gordon, and obviously, like I keep saying, trading Christian Brown is going to be very hard.
Yeah, who wants a guy like Christian Brown? A couple guys checking in for Tribe Roll Call. Jake with KZ Electric. He's just your local Power Ranger, as he calls himself. Love that. Good job, Jake. We appreciate you tuning in. Randy checking in. Randy, listening to the fan while I run some errands to set up South High School graduation party. Oh, it's still graduation party season. How long does that go?
I guess till now.
Okay.
Probably this week, but shout out Phil Lindsay, South.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We got to thank God it's Friday. We are fired up for that. Oh, it's our boy Rome from Loveland. He said he woke up shouting sha-la-la-la-la-la-la, which is our Montel Jordan. Gets better every hour. Now the wife has me hanging pictures all over the house. Tribe, send the vibes. Dude, that's one of the things. You're a new homeowner. Hanging stuff in the house is one of the it's not that hard, but I just hate doing it. I hate doing it.
I'm the Nikola Jokic of it. I'm so freaking good, man. I have the bubbles, the level, right?
Yeah.
Every time, dead on.
Perfect?
I'm just perfect. Like, I've never missed. It's
That's
awesome. So, I actually don't hate it because it's a chance to prove my wife how good I am at something.
Look at that photo up there.
Yeah,
look
at our wedding photos. Look at that. You love it? I love it, too.
All right. We're off and rolling. Love hearing from you guys. Keep hitting us up. Tribe, Trucker Roll Call. On the RamosLaw.com text line, as well as the Sean Ponda Tribe chat. We'll get back into that conversation. I also wanted to talk to you, Jake, about requirements for a roster to be considered a championship contender. Daniel Jeremiah had it for the NFL. What does that mean for baseball, for basketball, for hockey? And do the Broncos meet his requirements for a championship foundation? That's coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I've got to tell you about Champ Honda. If you're looking for an SUV that can handle Colorado, check out the new 2026 Honda CR-V. It's comfortable, capable, and perfect for everything from your daily drive to weekend getaways. Right now, Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you've got more options than ever. And I love this. Champ Honda does things differently. Their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy means a fair price up front and way less time at the dealership. They never charge dealer handling fees.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on the Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I played this game with Cecil yesterday. I'm going to do it with you today, Jake. 1 through 10 rating, what's this song?
Well, I know it's Morgan Wallen, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be a 0 for me, honestly. I am a big Morgan Wallen hater.
Why are you a Morgan Wallen hater?
Anyway.
The past. All right, I get it.
Yeah.
So no Morgan for you.
No.
What about Ella Langley?
Love Ella. I was thinking about going Saturday for that show, literally just for Ella. But I've already made a rule, especially for these concerts that are like $200, $300. I'm not going just to see the opener because so many people are like talking through it because they're just there for the big act.
Oh, like the fans?
Yeah,
whatever,
so it's
listeners?
like my enjoyment of Ella, who's one of my favorite artists right now, would be ruined by the fact that not everyone else is vibing with it.
I am considering just going to the back. I think everybody knows that. You need 3 offensive playmakers, 3 quality offensive linemen, 2 pass rushers, and 3 different defensive playmakers. So those 12 spots on a 53-man roster plus your practice squad and all of those things. So at quarterback in Bo Nix, this show believes Bo Nix is the guy. There are still things he needs to prove and show us before it's time to pay the piper and get one of those top-tier NFL quarterback contracts, but from the world of suck that we lived in for a decade after Payton won Super Bowl 50, well, the defense won Super Bowl 50. Payton just happened to be there.
The world of suck that included Payton
that's
in
right.
that year.
They've looked for a franchise quarterback. I believe that's what Bo Nix is. Can he be better? Yes. Will he be better? Yes, I believe that too.
With
but
the ankle?
One, they have it. Yeah. He's a football player. I'm not worried about guys breaking bones playing football.
Okay.
Are you?
I'm worried about his mobility. I'm not worried about what's between the ears, and I think he's pretty solid between the ears.
And hopefully this happened with Davis getting the job, Davis Webb, the play caller. If Sean Payton believed in a balanced offense, there'd be less of that from Bo. He could throw it and trust his running backs.
Yeah, and you're going to break down the list, but I'm going to point a hole in it in a second
all right.
because of what you just said.
So, Bo Nix, you need your offensive playmakers, 3 of those. You know how I feel about Jalen Waddle. I think Cortland Sutton might still be in one of those.
He had 1,000 yards last year. He's a good football player.
I mean, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons
Yeah.
for Cortland Sutton. So I go Waddle, Sutton, and I want to say J.K. Dobbins, but I know there's a shelf life to that. So is there another player we replace with J.K., or do we just put his name on the list, understanding he's going to miss some time?
How about a J for R.J. Harvey and the K for J.K. Dobbins, half and half?
I like that. Little combo of the two. And, of course, Cecil would say it was Jonah Coleman if he were here.
That's like if you go to McDonald's and you're hungry and you're thinking a Big Mac, but you want to be a little bit cheaper on your wallet, and you get the double cheeseburger and the chicken and stack them. That's what the Broncos
Just
running
ask for a
back
Big
room
Mac
is.
sauce on the side.
Exactly.
That's a nice play, Jake. Nice little shortcut right there.
We call that the McDank in Boulder High School 2013.
All right, so we go Waddle, Sutton, and the duo of the 2 running backs because they might get you a total 17-game season. Your quality offensive linemen, you need 3 of those. I think Quinn Miners certainly checks that box. Garrett Bowles, I would call him a quality offensive lineman. Mike McGlinchey is the other side of that as your right tackle. Quality, yes, I can call Mike McGlinchey a quality offensive lineman. If those are the 3 we're banking on, Bowles, Miners, and McGlinchey, the only one I feel really good about is Quinn Miners.
I'm going to give you a theory as to why the Broncos' run game was so bad after after J.K. Dobbins went down.
Okay.
And it's not just J.K. Dobbins. Ben Powers also got hurt. And I know Ben Powers came back, but I don't think Ben Powers was ever the same. And you saw an immediate drop-off in the run blocking schemes as soon as Ben Powers got hurt. So I've got a lot of respect for Ben Powers. But going back to what we just said about Bo and a more balanced offense, I have seen now over several years, and you might want to blame the running backs, I get it, this Broncos offensive line, which is actually really good at setting an edge and being good for protection of their quarterback, has not been good at run blocking. So I am concerned at this offensive line, and I could sum Daniel Jeremiah's list down to one word: trenches. I don't know that the Broncos have enough in the trenches because their offensive line, in my opinion, which is one of the strongest parts of their team over the last couple of years, I saw it take a little bit of a step back in the second half of the season, and I thought that really impacted their run game. And guess what? Their quarterback got hurt.
Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, I think what you said is fair. I do think what you said is fair. Ben Powers is on his last leg as a Bronco, and his contract will come to an end, and they'll probably let him walk away with the things we think they're building via the draft. But, yeah, they do have to be a little bit better on the offensive line. There are some – it's what we talked about with the eye test versus the nerd numbers, right? Pro Football Focus will push their glasses up and go, well, actually, Garrett Bowles has this block whatever percentage. But it's like, well, watch some of the games. You want them to be a little bit better. Now, with J.K. Dobbins behind him, who averages 5 yards a carry, he can make up for some of that stuff when he's right.
Yeah, and a lot of that's after contact,
exactly,
too.
Yeah.
And that's why I think I'm actually more hopeful that the Broncos have the 3 offensive playmakers because I think J.K. Dobbins is that good.
Mm-hmm.
Then I am confident in their offensive line at this point based off of what we saw in the second half of last year. And that's, to me, probably the biggest underrated concern with this team. The second one for me is I don't know they have enough on the defensive side of the ball without John Franklin Myers.
That's a big loss. That's a huge loss. I'm a big John Franklin Myers guy. The next qualifier for Daniel Jeremiah is pass rusher, so kind of along the defensive line. I mean, Nick Bonito, who you mentioned earlier, obviously fills that void. Do you have a guy like Jonathan Cooper? Zach Allen's not your pass rusher isn't his job by definition, but he's also really, really good at that. So I might go Bonito and Cooper are your by default names. I just don't have a ton of confidence or even want of Jonathan Cooper to be like, can he be a double-digit sack guy? Yes, he's done that. Is he going to be that every year? I don't think so, in my opinion.
I think with Jonah Ellis and the rest of that room, I think it equals 2. I think the one in Bonito, and the rest does equal 2, especially with what DJ Jones at times does, and obviously not an edge rusher, but what he can do in terms of pressuring from the interior. I do think that equals 2. So that's not where I'm worried. What I'm worried about outside of the Jeremiah list, in my opinion, is that depth is one of the reasons why their edge rushing situation was so good, was they were just coming after you wave after wave with fresh bodies throughout the game. And this year you look around and you go, Benito's going to have to become an all-down type of player, and I don't know that he's ready for that.
And have to be between 12 and 16 sacks for the next 2 or 3 years. That's where Nick Bonito has to live. All right, there's one more category, defensive playmakers, and it's the Surtans, it's the Benitos. You can throw Jaquan McMillan. I think Talanoa Hufunga's really good if he learns how to catch throughout this offseason. He could be that playmaker for you, but you have a few names there for playmakers on the defensive side.
And you're missing the big one, in my opinion, Brandon Jones.
Yeah, he's just so little.
He is little, but look at what the Broncos were in the playoffs without him. That defense is a completely different unit without Brandon Jones. And because Riley Moss's lack of development, he's fine. He's fine. I'm not really going to try and call out Riley Moss. But because his lack of trying to impact the game on like a huge level, I wouldn't call him a playmaker. He's a solid player. And Jahdae Barron's rookie year not going that well, I think it put even more impotence on Brandon Jones. So when he wasn't there and the Broncos tried to look for answers, they just didn't have them. And especially with them losing some pieces in that secondary this offseason, some important pieces, I do think Brandon Jones is a really important piece. But certainly, to me, one of the struggles of this team is going to be that linebacking situation. And there's a reason why Alex Singleton and Justin Strnad were not mentioned by you or in this list.
I like Justin Strnad. I think he's gotten better as a cover linebacker, but he's not somebody that you'd like highlight on a list like this.
Not a playmaker.
No. Let's talk about what that means, them having some of the pieces needed to have a championship foundation. And then I want to ask you, what's it look like in basketball and hockey? Those pieces, baseball as well, that you have to be in consideration for a title. That's coming up next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, fellas, I got a scenario I want to put out for you. Paint a picture for you. Maybe you got big plans on the weekend. Like maybe you're going to a sweet concert tonight with your lady, and you're going to have a great time. You're going to sing. You're going to dance. You're going to have the time of your life. And then you go home. And you probably want to have a little bit more fun, right? Yeah, I am talking about sex. If erectile dysfunction is something you're dealing with, guess what's going to ruin your night? ED is going to ruin your night. Why would you let it when it's curable? It's fixable. And in fact, my team over at Rocky Mount Men's Clinic has success rates well over 90%. You could be having sex as soon as the next day. Some treatments can have you even lasting a little longer than you're used to. And you might owe that to the missus, depending on how long you've been putting this off. Please don't go to the gas station pills or herbals. If something has an animal name and then 5,000 after it, don't put it into your body. Trust the pros at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They have 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. There's one within 20 minutes from where your feet are right now. So call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. And if you need serious car repairs but don't want the hassle of a shop, All Points Automotive is 100% mobile. From engine rebuilds to transmission replacements and all the mechanical work you need, they come to you guys. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
For more than 2 decades, Denver Tech Builders has helped homeowners across the Denver metro area transform their backyards with custom deck installations and premium outdoor living solutions. They can help you too. Find out more at ddbonthefan.com.
Choose one of Wendy's new Biggie deals. For a pretty Biggie deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, so with my buddy Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cease, we were just going over Daniel Jeremiah's list of things you need to build a championship foundation. DJ covers the NFL, so of course it's about football. He said you need a quarterback. We all know that. You need 3 offensive playmakers. You need 3 quality offensive linemen. You need 3 defensive playmakers. And then you need 2 pass rushers as well. We went over it. We had different names, but we said, yeah, the Broncos do have those players on this team. Are they a championship contender? Well, they won their division. They were in the AFC Championship, and then we know what the case was there with Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix not being able to go because of his ankle and ankle surgery. Jake, I'll start with hoops because it's what we like the most. What would you consider like your championship foundation, the criteria that you'd have to have what Daniel Jeremiah did for football? What is that in the NBA?
It's funny because I feel like I can answer most of these for the other sports with like one question or like 2 or 3 words. For the NBA in 2026, it's 3-point shooting. That's literally the thing that wins you games. The Boston Celtics just won a championship off of it. The Thunder won a championship off of it. You look at the Western Conference Final right now, and all of the games the Thunder have lost, they didn't shoot well. All of the games they've won, they shot well. All you need to do at most NBA games is look at the number of the 3-point shooting, and you could figure out who won.
You're not wrong. I mean, there are other little layers that can go into this. But 3-point shooting, you live and die by it, and I know that because I just watched the Denver Nuggets die by it. Other things factored into that, but the big fella couldn't shoot threes, and that took them out of the game, took him out of what he can do and be most dangerous.
Yeah, and obviously I could break it down more. I think you need great guard play.
Tim Hardaway couldn't make threes either is another one.
For sure. I mean, if you want to go past just a 2-word answer and get some real analysis on it, you need great guard play. You need to win the rebounding battle. You need to limit turnovers. You need a great wing who is really good at stopping point of attack ball handlers at this point in the NBA. And you need a dynamic scorer at somewhere on your roster, whether it be a guy like Jalen Brunson or a guy like Nikola Jokic. And ultimately, in the NBA, you need a top 5 player in the NBA in order to win a championship. When's the last time a team without a top 5 player won a championship? It's probably Chauncey in the Pistons.
Yeah. And even, overall, you wouldn't argue in the moment, that period of time, he's a top 5 player.
Yeah, and I mean, he was Finals MVP, but I wouldn't say he was even the best player on that team, so I wouldn't say he was a top 5 player. I mean, Jalen Brunson wasn't first-team All-NBA, but right now he's playing the 5th best player in the league. So
what's interesting to me is you didn't mention a all-out defender, a defender that hey, I can trust that guy. He's guarding. Not everybody can guard 1 through 5, but hey, this guy can guard 1 through 3, and we can trust him in all roles.
Yeah, I did mention point of attack wing.
Oh, okay.
So that would be that guy, and those exist on the teams we're watching right now, whether it be an OG Anunoby or a Stephon Castle, or obviously the Thunder have 8 of those guys who are all dirty. So, yeah, I think that's important. So there are a couple core elements, but ultimately it all comes back down to three-point shooting because some of those guys for the Thunder are getting played off the court right now because they can't shoot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great to have all those things, but if you can't shoot, it does not matter. And even right now, look at the alien that's taking over the sport. He's pulling up from 30, man.
I mean, what he missed or didn't miss from his first few last night. That means he's unstoppable. All right, so if those are the things, three-point shooting, guard play, you need rebounders, point of attack wing, the defender type of player. How many of those do the Nuggets have? They have Nicola's a rebounder. I think Payton can be a rebounder if he's right. Aaron can help with rebounding when he's right. Three-point shooting, you're supposed to have Jamal, Timmy, Nikola can do it, Cam can do it, Julian can do it. He just doesn't play a lot. You're supposed to have three-point shooters. They just didn't show up in the postseason.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a shot at their three-point shooting. I know it's a reason why they're home right now, but I'm going to take the 82-game sample over the 6-game sample in this particular situation because I do think a lot of the shooting in that series was a little bit fluky and had to do with the fact that they mismanaged the end of the season. So I do think they have three-point shooting.
I mean, they had 2 guys make over 200 threes. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Yeah, and Jokic is one of the best three-point shooting bigs of all time.
So if that's what teams need to be a championship contender, are the Nuggets still that?
They don't have a point of attack defender.
So that's the only piece that they're missing.
Yeah, and that's why they didn't win a championship until 2023 because they didn't have KCP.
They have KCP, yep.
And as soon as KCP walked out the door, they really haven't had a chance since.
Is Peyton Watson not that?
No, I don't think he's quite that. He's really close. I think he's more of a rim protector than of a point of attack guy, and so is AG. The problem is I still don't think the Nuggets have a guy to stop a player like Damian Lillard in his prime, like Steph Curry in his prime, like Jalen Brunson now, like Kyrie Irving now. Well, Luka's a little bit different because he's slower, so I do think Peyton Watson matchups well with Luka. But, I mean, Anthony Edwards has killed them for years. They just don't have a guy to keep up with that quickness.
What about Steph Castle? I mean, he's a problem now, right?
Everyone on the Spurs is going to be a problem for the Nuggets. They're playing at a different level. So that's the reason why I think the Nuggets do need an overhaul. I do think that Peyton Watson can turn into that. I'm not sitting here telling you Peyton Watson's never going to be that. I'm telling you right now Peyton Watson hasn't been that yet.
Okay.
He's shown flashes of it. But I'm also a person that sat here and goes, I see a little Kawhi Leonard and Peyton Watson, and that's the best perimeter defender I've seen in the last 15 years.
See, I would go, yes, three-point shooting. I'm not going to give you pushback. Jamal and Timmy made over 200. That's a really, really good season. Guard play, I'll give that to Jamal. I've come around on Jamal in a major way. He was outstanding as a third All-NBA third-team player this year. Rebounders, you have Nikola, the best in the league this year, but he needs some more help. And then that point of attack wing. Peyton can do it. Christian can do it. It's just how much do we trust them to do it night in and night out.
And you got smacked on the boards by the Wolves again. And you traded your second-best rebounder last offseason to Michael Porter Jr. So I would poke holes in the rebounding thing. You have guys who can do it, but hasn't shown up in the playoffs the last 2 years.
And Jonas didn't have a big enough role to be able to contribute in that category.
And try to find another backup center now that you didn't play that guy.
You and I talked about that 2 months ago, what David Adelman was doing, sending the wrong message to every future free agent that could come help Nikola Jokic. All right, we'll revisit that. I want to do it with hockey and baseball a little bit later, what those things you need to be a championship contender.
Maybe Chris McFarland will listen to us.
Oh, maybe he will. Alex will send it to him. Alex has got a direct line. We'll get it over. Summer is right around the corner. It's going to be nice this weekend. Hopefully some of these rainstorms and afternoon thunderstorms are a way of the past soon, because we want to send you to the lake. We have a contest going on, a Day at the Lake contest. It's on our app. All you have to do is download the Denver Sports app to get involved. If you win, you're going to get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, a gift card with $250 preloaded on it. Fill up your gas tank or fill up that cooler, whatever you want to do. We just want somebody from the tribe to win this bad boy. Download the Denver Sports app now and get entered. All right, hour 1 done, just like that. Let's get into quarter number 2. And I want to talk about the biggest obstacle the Nuggets have to overcome to be considered championships once again, as we were just touching on. That's coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer is coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of May. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
The biggest country party of the summer is happening Saturday, June 20th at Fiddler's Green Amphitheater. Flyland Cavalry.
Knowing that you're never coming back.
Shane Smith and the Saints.
All I ever see is you.
Plus Kevin Powers and Lacey K. Booth under the Colorado sky.
Who taught you how to move on? Who showed you how to make it look so damn easy?
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This Memorial Day, the best price of the summer is here at Elitch Gardens. Buy 2 season passes and get each for just $69.99. That's $15 off per pass. Enjoy unlimited thrills, splash all summer in the water park. And come back for unforgettable events like dazzling drone shows, kids' favorites like Blippi and Mika, dive-in movies, festivals, and more. Don't miss your chance to lock in the best value of the season. Get your passes now at elitchgardens.com.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Reclaim your freedom to move, explore, and live life on your own terms. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, Regen RX's natural stem cell or PRP therapy sets you free, using your body's own natural ability to heal. Regain the freedom you've been missing. Get your totally free consultation today and see if it's the right move for you. Give my friends at RegenRx a call today at 303-630-9770 or visit them at regenrx.co. That's regenrx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
At Smart Local 9 Sheet Metal Workers, they provide highly trained sheet metal professionals ready to get the job done safely, efficiently, and with pride. Their workforce is also built through a comprehensive 4-year apprenticeship program. Find out more at smw9.com.
A family beach vacation is only a short drive away. Come to Nebraska's Big Lake McConaughey to fish, boat, and camp. Or play on the white sand beaches and come back to a hotel room or cabin. Plan your trip at ilovelakemac.com. See you soon at Lake McConaughey.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on The Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Here, and we're going to talk about it. That's the voice of Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy. He's on assignment the next couple of days. Tough assignment for Cece. Las Vegas for the weekend. I bet you he'll be all right.
You know what I call it when he goes to these events? CeCon.
CeCon. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that. He's out there grinding. Cece takes off days from work to work. That's how Cecil Lammy rolls.
I mean, you guys are the blue collar show, and
Yeah,
that's how
that's true.
Cecil grew up. That's how he still is. That's why I love working with him. And, you know, obviously our listeners know what Cecil does for the radio side, but he's also part of our digital staff.
Yeah,
so
big side.
he's tremendously helpful to, like, me on what I do on a day-to-day basis as well.
Yeah, he's a grinder. That one, Cecil Lammy. We are the blue collar show here on The Fan. That's we represent the blue collar workers.
Yeah, Mark Schlereth, your hand might have been in the dirt, but our hands were dirty.
That's right, yeah. All right, real quick, want to remind everybody about, speaking of Mark Schlereth, he'll be out at our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp. It's happening in a month, Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. If you've got kids aged 8 to 14 that want to learn a little bit more about the game or get their skills refined before the season starts at school, you got to join us. Stink will be there. Stoke will be there. Lindsay, Phillip will be there, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. Love what they do for the state. So to get signed up or more information about the camp, you want to go to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp. All right, Jake, I saw this story on ESPN, and they had tiers of every NBA team. You don't say it like that?
That was good.
It's ahead of the draft, so they're like looking at what people have in their draft cabinets and assets that they can use. And they put it in 6 different tiers. Best teams with the most available assets and players that can be this offseason in the draft are on your top tiers. All the way down on tier number 7, which is the last tier, and there's only one team, and it's the Denver Nuggets. They don't have a lot going on. They write, there's a reason Denver's the only team in our bottom tier. The Nuggets do have all-stars in Joker and Jamal under contract. There's no flexibility to trade first-rounders other than this June. Denver is the only team with no tradable future first. So they talk about the 2026 draft pick, number 26, number 49. Their future first-round draft picks are 4. Future second-round draft picks are 2. They're basically saying, hey, this team is in a tough spot where you can't move anything. You're trying to get under aprons because that's what your owners want to do, and you're almost the run-it-back thing that we all hate. They're almost stuck in this exact spot.
That changed yesterday with the lottery reform, by the way, a little bit.
How did it affect the Nuggets?
What the Nuggets, well, it would be tremendously hurtful for most times in Nuggets history because the Nuggets needed to build through the draft. That's how they got Nikola Jokic because free agents aren't coming to Denver, right? Paul Millsap's still our best free agent.
Yeah, and he wasn't that
Maybe Antonio
great.
McDyess, like, I don't know, right? Like, so I would draft swaps. First-round swaps became more valuable because the lottery odds are flattened. So if you think the Nuggets might have Jokic go down for 3 months and just miss the playoffs, all of a sudden the Nuggets have a better chance to win the first-round pick in the lottery than the team with the worst record in basketball.
Yeah.
So if you trade for a first-round pick swap, which the Nuggets can trade on those non-tradable first, those 4 that you mentioned, that is more valuable today than it was 2 days ago. So there is more assets in some way in the Nuggets cupboard than were there 2 days ago. Now, I'm poking at hairs right now. Like, this is like the last of the last assets. Like, we're talking about the assets that put Milwaukee into the situation they're in with Giannis. Like, when you start trading this stuff, you are desperate. And guess what? The Nuggets are desperate.
Right.
So I don't disagree, but I would say they have 2 players that are all NBA players this year. Would you rather start from a team-building standpoint where the Nuggets are right now or Brooklyn? Like, Brooklyn has draft picks. They've got young players. They've got Michael Porter Jr. They don't win much.
No.
They've got a good coach, but
they're 5 years minimum away from winning much.
What was it they said about that? Bruno Capolo, remember when he was drafted?
No.
By the Raptors out of Brazil. He's 2 years away from being 2 years away.
Yeah. That's where the Brooklyn Nets are. All right, so if it can get a little bit better and they're on this bottom tier, my question is, like, what hurts the Nuggets the most right now? The fact that this situation is in front of them, but it's kind of getting better with the new 3-2-1 lottery plan. Is it just bad contracts? And when I say bad contracts, I think about Christian Brown, obviously. I wrote down Aaron Gordon because it's just a bad contract now because of what his body's doing to him. If he were right, it would still be a fine contract. So what is the biggest hurdle of the Denver Nuggets? Their draft or lack of draft picks, their bad contracts, their bad coach. He's certainly at the top of that list. Joker being a liability on defense. The fact that they don't have any heart or balls to play when you get called out the way that they did. What's the biggest hurdle that they have to overcome?
As the Wall Street Journal wrote in a headline today, quote, "The secretive billionaire who's conquering the world's richest sports leagues," end quote. That's the biggest hurdle right there.
Stanley Kroenke and
Enos.
Josh Kroenke.
Stanley
Enos.
Kroenke.
There we go.
Don't forget his name is Enos.
Enos.
He doesn't like that, I guess.
Really?
Well, he doesn't go by it, so.
Enos has got real, like, I'm going to use the word dictator vibes.
What's your middle name?
Edward.
Imagine going by J. Edward Dover.
J. Edward Dover. J. Edward
Hoover?
Hoover, yeah.
It's a little too scary.
A little too close there.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever go by J. Edward.
For me, it'd be J. Jacob, or J. I forgot my middle name. Holy crap. J. Jordan Shapiro. Like, that wouldn't work.
Jordan's your middle name?
My dad was a big Bulls fan.
That's a cool middle name. Well, dude, my family in Indiana actually does call me Ed. Just by my middle name. I don't know why. Just I'm Ed out there.
Ed and Eddie.
Nice show. Good pull as well.
Good one. That was right up our alley. But, man, what were you even talking about?
What's hurting the Nuggets the most?
So it's Stan. It obviously is Stan because the reason why they don't have a lot of these assets to grease the wheels to get them out of this situation is because they used those assets to get out of salary at other points in this era, whether it's dumping the second-round picks to trade Reggie Jackson, whether it's the ludicrous move they made to move up for Deron Holmes because their GM didn't just telegraphed who they wanted in the first round, and on a phone call that's publicly available on YouTube with the Phoenix Suns just threw in another second-round pick. And that's the GM because their ownership was too cheap to pay Tim Conley. Like, there are a lot of reasons why the Nuggets are in this situation. Symptom-wise, like I can point to the assets. I can point to a couple of the bad contracts, whether it be Christian Brown or Zeke Naji. I don't think Aaron Gordon's a bad contract personally, and I think Jamal Murray's actually an at-value contract.
Even
now.
with his body, the state of his body, it's still a good contract?
Because he's such an impactful player. The
Nuggets touches the game in different ways.
Yeah, he was plus 10 this year. The Nuggets were plus 10 when he was on the court this year. It was a completely different team. They won almost every single game Aaron Gordon played. It's just, you don't have those players in the NBA, and I understand he only played 36 games and a handful of playoff games, and the fact of the matter is there's still not that many players that impact the game like that, and guys that don't play much, like Zion Williamson and John Morant, are still getting max contracts. So yes, Aaron Gordon is still valuable to me, and I will not buy the notion that Aaron Gordon's a distressed asset that needs to be traded, because any team in the league is going to go, yeah, man, they don't have a training facility. They don't have a practice facility, and their coach called out the trainers after the year. I think if we brought Aaron Gordon inside our walls, we'd be able to fix the problem. So I'm not going to.
Everybody thinks they could fix the problem,
right? And Aaron Gordon's got a fixable problem according to almost everyone else in the NBA.
And there'll be changes to the training staff.
Hopefully,
there'll be changes.
So I think that there's a lot of symptoms, as we're pointing out, whether it's the Christian Brown deal or like whatever. But the fact of the matter is, everyone in basketball knew last year you shouldn't give RFAs money because no one in basketball has free agencies. Or has money to spend on cap space with how it plays out. We saw how Jonathan Kuminga played out with the Warriors last year. We saw how Josh Giddey played out with the Bulls last year. And guess what? It affected the Rockets players who were the exact same situation as Christian Brown. Jabari Smith Jr. Had to take less from the team that was negotiating because they weren't negotiating against anyone. Take this deal or walk to RFA, and you're not going to like to play on a contract year. And guess what? The Nuggets didn't decide to do that. They overpay Christian Brown, and it's in that situation because their GMs were not with the times. And that's the problem, is their ownership did not pay the right person to be in charge of this era and steward this era. So I always come back to ownership as the problem. So if you want to point to like the one thing, it's ownership. Number 2 and 3 are probably the Thunder and Spurs.
Okay. And then David Adelman's 4, 5, and 6.
Why is he the coach?
Great question. Because they're cheap. The same thing you just said.
Exactly.
The same exact thing you just said. All right, we'll revisit that. Maybe we rank them as far as what the issues are a little later on in the show. Speaking of making changes, did the Broncos make enough of those changes this offseason? Sean, Payton hates the term run it back. Felt like that until Jalen was added and then the draft was completed, and maybe they did make enough moves. We've got 9 questions from our buddy Mike Kliss that he's going to think about and wants us to talk about this offseason. We'll answer as many of those as we can coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure.
We're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
If you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked-about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise With Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
Cheyenne Frontier Days, the 130th Frontier Nights lineup is locked and legendary. Starting with Treaty Oak Revival and Jesse Murph, Alex Warren with Noah Cyrus, the Red Clay Strays with Wyatt Flores, Riley Green and Trace Atkins, Blake Shelton with Avery Anna, Hardy and Cameron Whitcomb, and Zach Top with Jody Messina. 10 days, one legend. Frontier Nights tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're having some fun on a Friday here. Want to hear from you guys. Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Want to hear from you guys on Tribe and Trucker Roll Call, our conversations that are going on about what's hurting the Nuggets the most, our championship foundation conversation from hour one. We're certainly going to revisit that. I got to read this text from our boy Brian from Evans. He signs his name, Brian from Evans, but I lost a bet and had to move to Nebraska. That's a tough bet there, Brian. Cecil would appreciate what's happening in my hometown. Six-man football. Wyoming's best high school players versus Nebraska's best games in Chadron, Nebraska at Chadron State College. Good little football program there at Chadron, too. Some six-man football going on. You into some six-man football? My little brother grew up playing seven-man?
We got 7 in Colorado.
7-man, and he grew up in Dodge City, Kansas. And he always talks about how stupid it was playing 7-man football.
I think 6-man might be sanctioned by CHSA for the smaller schools as well out there on the plains and the western slope, which is cool. I mean, I'm all for people participating in sports however they come. It doesn't really bother me. I will say that if you're playing 6-man football in the next couple weeks out in Western Nebraska, I hope you're wearing loose-fitting clothing, a lot of sunscreen, and you stay hydrated because it's going to be hot as heck as someone that used to play baseball tournaments out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one out there. So hopefully you're having fun, Brian, and tough break on that bet that you had to move to Nebraska to pay off.
There's no amount of money that would have me betting on having to move to Nebraska.
There are a few markets of like, hey, would I do this job somewhere else? And yeah, I would if the money was right? But like a Nebraska, a Cleveland, to go back to Indiana, we got to have some serious zeros at the end of that conversation.
You know, Joakim Noah, remember what he did with Cleveland when the Bulls were playing the Cavs in the playoffs? And he's like, have you ever been to Cleveland before? Has anyone ever said, I'm here on vacation? Who comes to Cleveland on vacation? Well, within the last 3 months, Joakim Noah took a vacation to Cleveland for social media and did a whole, I feel bad for what I said about Cleveland in my days, did like a whole like tourism thing. It was actually pretty cool.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I always liked Joakim. I always like kind of his attitude and his approach to the game.
He was a top 3 MVP voting player. Most people don't realize that.
I did not know that. And I love hoops.
The 1 year Derrick Rose was hurt. He finished top 3 MVP. One of the weirdest jump shots in the game.
He had this little push thing that was like so ugly.
You will not see centers play like him anymore. Last of a dying breed. And of course, the son of a supermodel and a French Open champion.
That's
so
right.
Just an awesome all-around cool person.
I might research his mom a little later on. We'll see how much time I have before the concert.
I was going to run this by you because you're a couple years older than me. One of my buddies' dads is getting remarried this year to Paulina Poroskova.
What?
Yes. You know her, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
what does he do?
He's a television writer.
Okay. All right. So he's doing all right then.
Yeah, but like she went from Rick Ocasek from the Cars to my buddy's dad.
I mean, I'm sure,
like
I don't know the situation, but I'm sure she's doing all right still.
She's great. She looks great. Because I was thinking about it the other day because I watched I Love Boosters, which was awesome. And
what a throwback this is here.
Demi Moore is the villain in the movie. Yeah. And I'm like, that's so up your alley. I was thinking about this morning. Like people that were like probably just primed over.
Yeah. Oh, G.I. Jane, get out of town, dude. Changed my whole life. Like, why am I tingling all over the place? Never felt like this before. All right, let's talk about the 9 questions from our boy Mike Kliss. He's got it up on his website, right? Our 9 News website. We didn't get to talk with Mike yesterday, but we'll pick his brain later on. His first question is simple. I think it's something we've all thought about, probably discussed. You and Anilo doing it. Me and Cecil have done it. It's a simple question of, did they make enough moves? After going 14-3 and winning the number 1 seed, have they added enough to stay the course with the rest of the New Englands, who are going to add A.J. Brown next week, added a couple of players this offseason. Buffalo will be back, obviously, with the new coach and play caller over there. The Chiefs are going to return to form, you would imagine. So did Denver, in your mind, Jake, do enough to keep themselves in contention with the rest of the AFC?
I'm not worried too much about keeping up with the rest of the AFC West. I do think, obviously, the Raiders are going to be better. Like, they can't be much worse. I do think the Chargers take a step forward. I am completely unsure on the Chiefs, to be honest with you. I'm more worried just on the fact that their schedule is so much tougher, not necessarily about where they rank. I do think the Broncos will be better this season. I do think they're going to win fewer games. I don't think that is a hot take at all, just because of the way their schedule draws up.
They could be a better team and not win as many games.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And like, I think because of that, they're going to be in this situation. They're probably hosting a game on Wild Card Weekend. Well, they'll honestly probably be on the road for Wild Card Weekend if it plays out that way, because the Chargers will have won the division, even though I think the Broncos got better, and you're got an uphill path to the Super Bowl. That's why last year it was so important that Bo Nix wouldn't have gotten hurt, because your path was so easy to a Super Bowl, and that rarely happens. So I do think that the Broncos got better this offseason. I don't know that it's going to matter much because it's going to be such an uphill season.
Yeah, to me, I haven't won in 11 games. That's obviously less than what they did a year ago, but they're going to win 11 games, and 11 of those aren't going to be 1-score wins that they were not a week ago, a year ago. So they're a more complete team, and I think a lot of that is because the emphasis from Davis Webb. I don't think he's going to be this, we all want a more balanced team, at least I know I do specifically, like run the football a little more to make Bo's life easier. I'm not quite sure I'm going to get that from Davis, but I do think he's going to put Bo in better positions to succeed.
Yeah, I
And you
worry
have
a
Jalen
little
Waddle.
bit about the fact that defense historically is not a replicable thing from year in, year out, even no matter how good your unit is and you bring back the coordinator and everything. And I know the Broncos defense has just done that for a couple straight years. I'm just saying history tells us that that is not promised for another year. So even with the talent mostly still staying there, there's, a couple guys that left, JFM being the main one. And I think Jahdae Barron will be a lot better this year. I was a big fan of his in college, and he just didn't hit last year, but that's not to say he doesn't take a huge step forward in year 2 like Nick Bonito did, right? Who was a really good player in college. So I look at the Broncos defense and say, to me, what's going to make or break them is if that defense stays being one of the elite units. If you actually turn that offense into something more dynamic, that's house money. It's found money.
I actually, despite how upset everyone was about the run it back mode, I think by adding your guy like Jalen Waddle, you are going to insert a Jonah Coleman. I don't know what the role will look like, but insert a Jonah Coleman. Davis Webb maybe unlocks a guy like Evan Ingram, and if not, you took 2 swipes at tight end in the draft. You have another plan and then a backup plan to that. I think they are getting better. And another year of Bo Nix is better. Again, I hate saying it because it's not reliable, but a J.K. Dobbins that's there makes them a whole lot better. And I think RJ in a second year he's better as a runner and is still a threat as a receiver.
In the first quarter of the show, you brought up Jalen Waddle as one of your 3 most important Broncos. So how are they running it back if they added their 3rd best player?
That's how much they needed that sort of help offensively.
Well, I agree with you.
I don't want to say bad. That's what I was going to say, but needed the extra gear.
My point is, I don't see the narrative of them running it back as true because they moved so many parts to go get a player that's going to be so impactful for their offense.
So one player can have such a significant impact, it's not running it back.
Yeah, the Nuggets didn't run it back last year. They traded Michael Porter for Cam Johnson.
You're right.
It's a different team.
Yeah, you're right. I think it feels like that with a core, but I added Waddle to my core, so he's a part of that.
The dynamic of your team changes when the core of your team changes, and you believe the core of the team changed.
I do.
So it's not running it back.
All right. I like that. So they are making enough moves to be a contender once again. Well, let me remind you about our Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp. It's in about a month, June 27th at All City Stadium. That's at Denver South High School. If you've got a kid from 8 to 14, come enjoy some hands-on coaching from former Broncos, Mark Schler, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, and some staff from the coaches of Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. If you want more information or to just get signed up, it's going to fill up. So you better do it sooner rather than later at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp. All right, Jake, I know you have an idea, and I want to run an idea by you, a trade scenario that I put out yesterday for Cecil Lammey that does get rid of Aaron Gordon, does get rid of Cam Johnson. Will you like it? That's coming up next.
After a stunning defeat at the hands of the Golden Knights, are the Avalanche facing a similar reality as their Ball Arena counterparts?
Here's the stark reality. The championship windows for these 2 teams have closed. And so both teams need to move on to different coaches. Both teams need to shake up their rosters. The Nuggets have already shown that they're not willing to do that. Now we'll see what the Avs do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Deck Builders is the #1 deck builder in Colorado. With me is the owner, Ron Gibbous. What is the advantage in building a new deck or replacing the old one?
If you were to spend $50,000 on a deck, probably increases the home value by $25,000 to $35,000. You will get some of it back when you sell the home. But do you want to use it to spend time outside with your family, with your friends, building memories and building relationships?
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Try Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on The Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, my man Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy. I appreciate you sitting in here, Jake. Always good time when we get to talk on the radio. I want to run a trade idea by you with the Detroit Pistons to see what you think about it. I want to remind everybody first about our Day at the Lake contest, trying to hook you guys up with everything you're going to need for a perfect lake day. Thank you, Alex. You win, you get a couple paddleboards, a couple chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, a $250 gift card. You can use it to do whatever you want. Fill up your cooler, fill up your gas tank, pay some bills, whatever you need. It's available for you. You can't win if you don't play, and you play by downloading the DenverSports app. So download it and enter into our contest today. Jake, I threw this idea out yesterday. It's a trade with the Detroit Pistons. They obviously need to change some things up after another disappointing end of their season. Cade Cunningham needs some sort of help. And I thought to myself, all right, if the Nuggets need some help, the Pistons need some help, can we do a trade? Cam Johnson and Aaron Gordon goes over to Detroit. Isaiah Stewart and Karis LeVert come back to the Denver Nuggets. I know it. I can hear it already. I get it. The Nuggets fans are going, what the hell kind of trade is that? They win the trade. If you were to write it down on paper, it puts the Nuggets in a position to be able to spend a little bit more money, pay a guy like Payton Watson if you were interested in doing so, and it gives them, I don't know that they're better. In fact, I don't think they are, but it does give you some more money. You allow Payton Watson to come in. Maybe you give him that starting job, see what he looks like as a starter alongside Nikola and Jamal. And then it also gives you I'm literally picking Isaiah Stewart just because he's down to fight. Like literally down to fight. I don't care about his basketball skill. He can kind of rebound. He's not going to give you anything offensively, maybe some transition dunks and layups and things like that. Might be able to play that little dunker spot if he figured it out alongside Nikola Jokic, but I wouldn't hold my breath for that. It's literally to save money and get someone that's down to fight.
I hate it.
Why?
Do you know how many points per game Karis LeVert scored this year?
Not that many.
7.
Not that many at all.
How does that help you?
It gets them financially right, is what it does.
Why do I care?
Because I told Cecil this yesterday, I have to play the hand that we're dealt. You have to play the hand that we're dealt. The hand that we're dealt from Josh and Enos Kroenke is, I'm never going to call him Stan, is we're going to run it back with David Adelman, and we're not going to pay any luxury tax. So how do I get there and still have a chance to fight, put themselves in a position to be a player again the following year with finances? It's this right here.
To me, there's more meat on the bone with a player who was your second most impactful and a guy who is no doubt a starting player in the NBA on an expiring deal. There's more meat on the bone than a guy who played 20 minutes a game, scored 7 points per game, and is entering his age 32 season and looks like a shell of his former self and has never really played winning basketball except for this year when he took that lesser role, plus a guy who's a backup center who I have no reliability that he can play actually with Nikola Jokic.
Who do you think was the Nuggets' second best player?
Second most impactful player was Aaron Gordon.
Oh, okay.
The second best player was Jamal Murray.
Okay.
So I think that there's more meat on the bone, and maybe I'm viewing it with blue and gold glasses, but I don't think that selling low on Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson to extend Payton Watson is the right thing to do. I personally would rather keep both of those guys and let Payton walk than have Payton, Karis, and Isaiah Stewart.
So I think here's what I'm understanding. I think you want it to be a certain way, but not taking into consideration what the Kroenkes are going to do, not even what they might do. We know what they're going to do.
No, I disagree with that because I'm saying right now, if you had me at the option of they have to cut salary, I would rather let Payton walk completely and keep Cam and AG than have Payton, Karis, and Isaiah Stewart. Your team is significantly worse with that group.
But so your starting lineup, you put Payton Watson into your starting lineup, you have to have Spencer Jones and Isaiah Stewart as your backup big or 4.
Who's your 3?
It's Jamal, Christian, Payton, Joker, and it'd be Isaiah Stewart or Spencer Jones.
Right. And I don't know that Spencer Jones should be playing more than 15 minutes a game. I think he's a really solid role player in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
No shot at Spencer Jones. Incredible season.
So you sounds like you're pretty confident you can rely upon Aaron's body.
I think that the Nuggets...
I can't just hold my breath on that.
The Nuggets are in such a corner that they don't have a choice but to rely on Aaron's body unless they're getting 100 cents on the dollar for Aaron Gordon.
And you're never going to do that.
I think they could. It
Really?
depends on the team.
So
you don't think the Miami Heat or Phoenix Suns with incredible training staffs could talk themselves into a player's impactful?
But this is why I picked Detroit, because Detroit can talk themselves into it, take on the money, and go, we need a guy with championship grit, a guy that can teach our team how to win championships and be successful in the postseason. They don't have anybody on that team. Aaron Gordon can do that, and he immediately demands the respect from the rest of the guys in the room.
I get that.
And you are saying you got to take this dude whose body's breaking down, and it's not going to get better unless you fix it, right? You give them the idea. You said you can fix this guy. He's going to be your problem, but you have all the amenities to do so, and you're going to take on his salary.
Again, I don't think taking on his salary is the burden because he is such a good player and he is so much significantly better than both these players, let alone the fact that Cam Johnson is. Personally, I would struggle to even trade Cam Johnson for Karis LeVert and Isaiah Stewart.
Really?
I don't think the value is there. And I think Isaiah Stewart's cool. Like, he's a good role player. He was 7th and 6th man of the year voting. Like,
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. He
helps
was
my case.
But you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't play power forward. And I'm sick of getting into the spot where my backup centers can't play with Jokic. You need these guys that can play tweener roles.
But that's also what I'm talking about, playing the hand I'm being dealt. David Adelman sucks as a coach. He's going to be the coach, and he wants to play smaller. I'm trying to give him some of that while putting the team in financial position to be a player the following year. Because you know what I've done? And I hate that I've done this. I've punted on 2027.
So, wait, you want to play smaller when last...
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Right.
I know they're going to.
They're going to play smaller when last night, and I'm ignoring the alien, I saw a lineup in a conference finals game of Biyombo, Plumlee, and Cornette. 3 7-footers.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. I want what you want, but we're not going to get that.
I don't think that we should settle for that when there are better options potentially on the table.
Well, you're going to have one for us a little later. I want to know one of your trade ideas that are better than that because I know what I'm doing. I am taking the 3 cards given to me by Josh Kroenke, and I'm trying to figure out the best hand I can play.
I think there are teams more desperate than Detroit.
Really?
I think, yeah.
Cleveland?
Houston even. I think Phoenix still wants to jump back into being good. Like
I think Cleveland, we already talked about
Mobley.
Evan Mobley. I really like that idea.
I would trade anyone on the Nuggets besides Nikola Jokic for Evan Mobley, and I've also been on record of saying I would rather the Nuggets not win another title and keep Jamal Murray. Like, that's how much I love Evan Mobley.
Wow.
Like, I think that is the player that the Nuggets should target as their number one option. It's also the guy that can match up with Chet. It's the guy that can match up with Victor Wembanyama. He is a guy who just won Defensive Player of the Year. He solves almost all your defensive issues. By the way, he led the league in dunks, if you want to talk about the dunker spot conundrum.
Can
and
you
all
play
that.
both? You have Evan alongside Nikola?
He plays with Jared Allen, who's a far worse center than Nikola Jokic.
He can't even pass the ball.
Right, and he doesn't stretch the floor. You know what Nikola Jokic does? He stretches the floor because he can shoot and pass. So I think that's the type of center, type of big man, power forward, whatever you want to put it, that can extend Jokic's prime because Jokic won't have to worry about defense. We're talking about a top 3 defensive player in the league.
How do you go get Evan Mobley? You're going to trade Aaron straight up? Because if I were the Cavs, I'd laugh at that trade. I'd hang up on you and block your number.
They would have to be extremely desperate, which they are because of the way their season ended, and because they're the deepest into the second apron of any team in the league. And there's this little fella named LeBron James who might want to come back to Cleveland this summer. And in order to get LeBron on your team, even for a mid-level exception where he's making $15 million a year, which is a huge pay cut, LeBron is still good enough to make $40 million a year. You would have to cut a significant amount of salary where you are trading 2 of the 3 of Mobley, Allen, and Mitchell because you can't get out of Harden's deal now.
By the way, there's another layer to my conversation I'll throw. Would I want to hear your trade scenario later? It's the setting yourself up for a 2027 opportunity to be a player in free agency with just a couple of guys that I have in mind.
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to be able to cut enough salary to even get the cap space to be a player in free agency under any circumstances.
Well, if you were to take on Isaiah and Karis, depending on what they'd offer to a guy like Peyton Watson, you'd have some money to play with because Jonas isn't coming back. I'm already assuming that.
So the best free agent in Nuggets history, Paul Millsap, will be rejoining the roster. Like what? Like we're banking on free agency now. Like how?
In 2027.
This is my point, Josh. For where the Nuggets are in terms of how boxed in they are, the best bets they can make. Peyton Watson taking another leap to turn into a star player. That is more likely than them finding another player through free agency or winning on a trade or somehow getting another Nikola Jokic in the second round of the draft.
But you know what? As crazy as that sounds that you're throwing at me, I think it sounds just as crazy to just think Aaron Gordon's going to be Aaron Gordon again.
It's a better bet than them getting a free agent.
To just bank on an old guy's body.
Yes.
Oh,
you don't even know if it's going to work with the free agent. We know it works with Aaron Gordon.
If he's right, and he hasn't been right in 3 years. Stuck between a rock and a hard place are the Denver Nuggets.
And they put themselves there.
And led by David Adelman, so it's a tough break.
Well, led by someone else, but he's,
right.
He's
right
the
now,
symptom.
Led by David Adelman. All right, let's check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline? Want to talk quickly about a baseball salary cap, and I don't know if you saw it, Jake, but Ty Lawson. He is one of us when it comes to Oklahoma City.
That was my tweet I was going to share with you.
We'll both share it. Coming up next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. The playoffs are full of surprises. Underdogs, overtime thrillers, sudden upsets. But when it comes to your facility's electrical systems, you don't want surprises. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has powered complex commercial and industrial projects. From large-scale distribution to fire alarms and preventative maintenance, their licensed electricians help reduce downtime, control cost, and keep operations running smoothly. Got a project coming up? Don't leave it to chance. Include Piper Electric in your bid process. Visit piperelectric.com.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Is your car making a weird noise and you're not sure what exactly is going on? All Points Automotive makes it easy for you. Free diagnostics and estimates from a 100% mobile mechanic who comes to you. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For more than 2 decades, Denver Deck Builders has helped homeowners across the Denver metro area transform their backyards with custom deck installations and premium outdoor living solutions. They can help you too. Find out more at ddbonthefan.com.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what is happening on our Twitter timeline that we want to share? Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil. He's got a couple. I know we got the Ty Lawson tweet to talk about, so I'll go to the baseball tweet first from Spot Rack. MLB reportedly proposing a salary cap model to the Major League Baseball's Player Association that would come with a $245.3 million ceiling and a $171.2 million floor. Jake, there are 6 teams that are above the proposed ceiling, and it's the usual suspects that you would think it was. Below, well, there are a lot of these teams below, including our own Colorado Rockies, who have a payroll of $54 million. $54 million in 2026. They're quite a ways away from the floor that is $171 million. You're way more plugged in with baseball than I am. It's just my least favorite sport. But I know what the Rockies are. Certainly know who they are, have been, hoping that that's changing. Although May is getting me right back to where I once was. They've won 6 games in the month of May. They could sweep the Giants this weekend and still only win 9 games in the month of May.
Not one of their 3 worst months in the last 2 years.
Yeah, you're right. So the Rockies, I don't think you're surprised. I don't know why anybody would be surprised that they're below this number. But what does this future salary cap mean for the Colorado Rockies?
Well, for one, in order for this proposal to be submitted to MLBPA, the owners would have had to agree on it, right? Okay.
And they're not going to.
No. The owners already agreed on it because they submitted a proposal. So the proposal they sent.
What they want has been approved.
Right.
Yes.
So you're telling me 2/3 of Major League Baseball, which is below the salary cap floor, already approved the fact that they're going to spend, in the Rockies situation, $100 million. So the Rockies just admitted to you that they could be spending $100 million more on payroll and they're choosing not to. How is the salary cap going to help them? The salary cap doesn't help them. 2/3 of baseball winning is directly driven to scouting and analytics. Only 1/3 is actually correlated to winning on spending. The New York Mets are one of the highest paid teams in baseball. They stink. 4 of the 6 division winners right now, or leaders right now at this current point, are teams that get money back in rev share. Salary cap does not help the Rockies. Salary cap doesn't help Major League Baseball. The salary cap would be one of the worst things to happen to Major League Baseball, and all it would do is make owners richer because that's all they care about. It would spike up franchise valuations because there would be a cap on how much they'd have to pay overhead every single year on labor.
So the Mets, by the way, have the highest payroll in this of this group. So if they are willing to do this, so this is all just for it's a return of investment of our asset becomes more valuable.
Why do you think the Walton Penners just got into the Rockies? Because they know that the asset might be increasingly more valuable because of the salary cap could be coming to baseball. And by the way, they all of a sudden don't give them the capital to go get the new Mookie Betts or whatever.
No.
They just bailed the Monforts out because they're so far in debt from their 8 million projects around the ballpark that make the area kind of cool to people that are 22. That like...
Yeah, I'm not going down there much anymore these days.
I just got to tell you, man, people think that parity is a good thing in sports. I disagree completely with that concept. We remember great teams. We want to watch great teams over and over again. The NBA, parity's in the league now, and every year there's a new champion. We can't figure out who the team is. This is the best series we've had in the NBA in 8 years, this current Spurs-Thunder thing, because parity's increased. The only sport parity works is football because everyone's going to watch it like a religion.
And there's only 17 weeks of games.
And by the way, this assumes that the salary cap helps parity, which it doesn't. It doesn't help parity.
Well, to your point, there's 16 teams that are under it right now, 15 teams that are under it. So they're just going to continue to live and walk this fine line to manipulate the system so that their pockets stay full.
Correct.
I will say, though, real quick, like a part of me goes, all right, if there's 14 teams that live in this world that the Colorado Rockies live in, if you're spending more money and they spend it in the right direction, which I know is an entirely different conversation, at least for me, as a guy that still goes to the ballpark, might have some more entertainment value down there on the field, not the amenities around it.
Josh, who's the highest paid Rocky right now?
Chris Bryant.
Who was the highest paid free agent before Chris Bryant?
Ian Desmond?
Correct. So the Rockies are going to spend the money correctly after they're told that they have to spend $100 million.
It has to be the right way, and I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt with the new group that they can do that at some point.
Oh, and by the way, a lot of the minimum contracts are going to go up. So it's not if this salary floor is implemented with the salary cap in MLB's owner's proposal. So it's not like all of a sudden the Rockies are going to have free money. They're just going to have to pay guys that stink even more money.
Yeah, that's the harsh reality of who the Colorado Rockies are. All right, let's get to this fun tweet. Speaking of the Rockies,
I love Tribe.
That was Warren Schaefer, loving Tribe. All right, we both have it. We both have the Ty Lawson tweet. It is fun. It's awesome. It makes me like Ty Lawson a little bit more. Ty Lawson is one of us. He writes this on Twitter. 4 things I'd rather do than be a Thunder fan. Play hide-and-go-seek with Jeffrey Dahmer in an abandoned Chuck E. Cheese. Be a Temu parachute tester. Number 4 is lick a porta potty toilet seat at Coachella. Number 3 is to stick something that all of us fellas really, really love into a blender, and I think you can figure out the math. He also calls everybody losers that roots for the OKC Thunder. Ty Lawson, I might have to start, he's got the old subscribe button. I'm not going to subscribe to you, Ty, but I might have to start following Ty a little bit more closely, knowing that he feels how we feel. I like this tweet a lot.
I always loved Ty Lawson. I couldn't hate him, man. And this is just more me love.
He used to go practice, PJ, Vegas, don't sleep, PJ, back to practice.
I couldn't hate a guy who was living exactly how I would be if I was in his shoes at 25. Like, I can't hate him. And I love this list. I love that he's on our side. And by the way, it goes into the conversation I was having earlier about just the general sentiment about the NBA. Dude, you know what we're going to have this year, which is potentially a Knicks Thunder finals. We're going to have the entire country rooting for a New York sports franchise.
Yeah.
That's how much people hate the Thunder. We're going to be rooting for the evil empire. Like, it's insane to think about. Like, you're a Pacers fan, dude. Like, you
Reggie Miller is a god to me.
You're going to be rooting for the Knicks.
I know. It's unbelievable.
That's how bad this is.
That's why I'm a big Spurs fan coming up to tomorrow night. And Ty Lawson, shout out to you. That's a fun tweet, and we all agree 100%. All right, let's talk a little bit more about this core conversation that we had. If you had to pick 3 players that make up the Nuggets core, the Avs core, the Broncos core, who would they be, and which group amongst that core do we trust to bring another title to Denver? Let's answer that next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Stoker for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 50 years. And they have one of my favorite auctions that's open for bidding right now that's ending June 3rd. A government fleet vehicle and equipment auction. This has SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks, utility trucks, dump trucks, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. Open for bidding right now only at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com. DenverSports.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Are you an HVAC or mechanical contractor looking for qualified manpower you can rely on? Smart Local 9 sheet metal workers provide highly trained professionals ready to get the job done safely, efficiently, and with pride. Their workforce is trained through a 4-year apprenticeship program focused on HVAC systems, service, welding, drafting, safety, and emerging technologies. Need manpower for a large project or flexibility as workloads change? Smart Local 9 helps you stay competitive with access to a skilled, dependable workforce. Learn more at smw9.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW. Your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is coming. Time for hikes, golf, and family adventures. But if degenerative joints or those old high school sports injuries are holding you back, discover natural, pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their stem cell treatment, PRP therapy, and shockwave therapy could be the answer to reclaiming your active life. No surgeries, no downtime, and no risk. Get a free consultation today. Text the word PAIN to 303-630-9770. That's PAIN to 303-630-9770.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on The Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Firepower. I gotta be honest. This thing is like is just
pretty good.
10 times. No, I don't know if it's good.
It's just doing the job.
It brings me closer to seeing some stuff.
That some would say that's good. I think I would qualify that as good. Kind of what I'm looking for with my energy drinks.
Yeah, I don't need the taste. I need the effect.
I need the handshakes. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, I'm shivering, mate.
Jake Shapiro sitting in for one Cecil Lammy. We're going to talk about cores. We want to talk about what team has the core we trust the most to return to form and get us back in a championship conversation. Before we do that, a reminder about our contest, the showdown that's going on June 11th between Stoke and Zach. 100 holes for kids, 100 holes of golf, all in one day to raise money for recruiting classrooms. Their mission is to help kids play sports. Every kid should have that opportunity if it's something they want to do. Who's going to raise the most money? That's where you can come in. You pick your player, make a donation, and help kids win. You want to support Stokely? Go to StokelyCares.com. You want to support Zach? Go to ZachCares.com. It's that simple. Support who you like, but it all goes to a great cause with the kids. Stokely's going to Morgan Wallen tonight, too, and he asked me on the way out. He's like, are you going? And I was like, yeah, I'm going tonight. You want me to text you? And then he just walked out. Stokely, where I'm sitting, Stokely, you couldn't pay to sit where I will be sitting tonight. I'm up in the 500s with the real people. I'm not going to put his business out, but he's sitting pretty where he's going to be.
I have a feeling of who he is running with over there at that concert.
Yeah.
And, I'm more jealous of the seats than I am the company. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But Brandon Stokely's done a good job for himself.
He's doing all right. He's doing all right. Our bet, our little Kevin and I were talking about it because I don't know if you're not a Morgan fan, but he does this walkout where he dances or, kind of comes out with a local celebrity. And 2 years ago when I went, he didn't have anybody. He's made it in the past, like who's it's going to be. Everybody is assuming it is Peyton Manning tonight, walking out. Now the question is, does he wear a full Broncos uniform like he did with the Tennessee Volunteers back in Tennessee, or does he just come out in a flannel and jeans?
What if he brings out Chase Dolander?
Then people are going to go,
Who's
the hell is that?
He can't because, the Rockies are playing, but,
I mean, it's really only Peyton Manning, right? What Denver?
Bo Nix.
Oh, Bo Nix. Could he show up?
I was going to say Bo or maybe someone from the defense, like an Alex Singleton or something.
I don't think he's that famous.
I don't either, but it's his stadium. It's their stadium. People are going to know who it is if they're,
I guess Alex has the hair.
Broncos linebacker Alex Singleton. Woo! Woo, Bronco! I mean, come on, man. It's this town. People know who Alex Singleton is.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess. But
it's the country music crowd. The overlap on the Venn diagram of Broncos fans and Morgan Wallen fans is the same circle.
Yeah. Oh, Palcho comes out there. Yeah, good call, Alex. Just in his, Bowlesy might be fit the cue, right?
He might have to help some people in the parking lot if
True.
they blow a tire.
Were you upset with him? People were upset that he had his feet under the car. If the car falls off the jack, you're going to ruin your ankles, Bowlesy. Give the kid credit for helping out another person. It's Peyton Manning walking out with Morgan tonight. That's who's going down.
What if it's Stokely?
I love Stokely.
It's
also
probably not Stokely.
Famous enough.
It would be hilarious if it was Stokely. You'd just be like, that's my coworker down there, man. I talked to him earlier today.
It would be fun if it was Stokely because he could share some stories, but I don't know. Maybe if he's the +1 from Peyton.
It's Peyton in his receiving corpse.
Yeah, exactly.
My best friend Peyton Manning.
That's it. That's what it could be. All right, we'll report back. I'll tell you what it was later on.
Nikola
tonight.
Jokic straight in from Sombor.
Nicole's like, who's Morgan Wallen?
No chance he knows it.
0%.
You know what? He got into country music this year.
Really?
Because he actually might know a couple songs because Bruce Brown and him work out together before the games. And
he listens to Ella.
And Bruce listens to Ella. Bruce listens to country only. And Jokic works out with him. And Jokic is fine with it because it makes Bruce happy and he's a team first guy.
Yeah, I like that.
So, yeah.
I thought you were going to say it's because he heard me on KYGO on the weekends, but whatever.
I don't know that he knows our station exists.
I'm sure Denver radio's not on his radar.
No.
Probably not.
Not even close.
Not even close. All right. Thanks, big fella. All right, Jake, let's get into this. Let's talk about cores. And we're going to use the Broncos, the Avalanche, and the Nuggets because, well, they're the teams that are on the verge of championships and we think can be a championship contender as soon as next year. Who do you think the core is for the Denver Nuggets? 3 players that you think make this team go as soon as next year.
Yeah, I think on the surface, it's obviously Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Aaron Gordon. But with the implications of them not wanting to pay into the tax because of their cheap, not because it actually helps them from a team building standpoint, it's very likely that one of the two of Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon, when I say very likely, I'm meaning like 20% chance, which is pretty likely if you're shaking up, a piece like that one of those guys is gone to keep Payton Watson. So this time, next year we could be talking about it as Joker, Jamal, and Payton, or Joker, Aaron Gordon, and Payton. But as of today, it's Joker, Jamal, and AG.
Yeah, I really like the name of Payton Watson, only if Aaron Gordon's the one that's gone. I mean, I think from just the first couple of hours, I'm really hesitant to just be holding my breath that Aaron Gordon is Aaron Gordon ever again. Ever again. I hope he is, and if he is, they are championship contenders. But if he's not, then you do need that Payton Watson to step up. That's where I go. It's Joker, Jamal, and Aaron Gordon. If Aaron leaves, I'm still hesitant on Payton Watson. I know what the potential is and what his ceiling might be up to, but again, he's having a hard time staying healthy. And how much do you think any NBA team has ever game planned for Payton Watson?
I think in that stretch in January when everyone was hurt and Payton was scoring 30 points a game, yes.
You think that they were?
That was about it. He is not, and it's proven by the fact that he is not an elite on-ball playmaker.
Well, my question was going to be, what happens when he's a point of emphasis for another team? Can he be relied upon to be that kind of scorer?
Not at this point in his career. He was 11th percentile in on-ball creation this year.
And yeah, he's not going to isolate, step back, and give you a high percentage shot. That's just not what he does.
Well, I think I'm about to give you a stat that's horrifying to you.
Okay.
These two players, one has scored 349 points in their playoff career. One has scored 86. Who is who?
One's Christian and one's Payton?
Correct.
Oh,
and you know who Christian is, right?
349.
Yeah, and you just said he can't score.
Yeah, he can score in transition.
So you're about to give the same contract basically to Payton Watson when he has proven absolutely nothing. And I'm the biggest Payton Watson guy, but he's proven nothing in the playoffs. It's a huge risk. Like, we're talking about bringing back Aaron Gordon as the risk of the offseason. I think giving $20 million to Payton Watson is a huge risk. I also think it's the right thing to do, but it's a huge risk, and people aren't talking about it like that because he has also had the exact same injury issues as Aaron Gordon has the last 2 years.
Dude, I said it yesterday with the Avalanche, and it can relate and translate to the Nuggets. The Av stars not named Cale Makar are all in their 30s, early 30s or mid 30s. Worst case scenario for them is next year we're doing the same dance, and they go, we have to we have to not renew Jared's contract, and then we're going to do it again with guys even older than they are. Worst case scenario for the Denver Nuggets would be, all right, we're going to sort of run it back. Val's going to walk because DA and him aren't on the same page, and he wants to play hoops. You find a way to give Payton Watson that big contract, and he turns into a Christian Brown. So then you would tell me, one of the stars are off the team. David's still the coach, and you just signed another player that can't live up to his contract.
And this is how you end up in a situation where you have Giannis Antetokounmpo with Bobby Portis, Miles Turner, and Kyle Kuzma. And you're like on the edge of it. And that's the thing is you now are forced to make a bet. You're rolling dice, and you need it to come up 5 or 6. And there is obviously a huge chance that it comes up 1, 2, 3, or 4. And that's the way I would explain this offseason. And not only do you have to do that on one topic, you probably have to hit 4, 5, or 6 on 3 different dice rolls. Mm-hmm. And that's how thin of a line the Nuggets have to continue to open this window up.
I mean, that little supporting cast you just rattled off for Giannis is a nightmare situation for Nikola Jokic. It was Giannis. Now, I don't think Joker ever wants out. But I also felt that way about Giannis, and I remember him talking about how Milwaukee's in his DNA and all those things a few years back.
I think it's a little different because there's always been rumblings with Giannis. There's never been rumblings with Jokic except from the owner of the Denver Nuggets who for some reason created one time.
I think, and you tell me if you disagree, Joker just walks away and says, I'll retire and go live in Sombor before I put on another shirt.
I agree with that, but I think as long as he's being offered a quarter of $1 billion to play basketball, he's going to continue to accept the money. And the thing is, because unlike Giannis, he doesn't press the issue at all, I don't think there's any motivation from that side of things to make sure they maximize the window, which is good and bad because you don't end up in a situation where the Bucks have just depleted everything they have because they're trying to constantly spin the wheel to make Giannis happy, but you also don't have the star going, man, we really need this. The one time he said that was about Russell Westbrook, and man, was I right about that, and you, Josh Dover, were wrong.
Unfortunately, you're 100% right. Russell was nothing that I thought he would be. I thought he'd come in and have a voice, and that was not the case. Also, I think Nikola is, I've shared this on this show, he is not not just aware, but embracing and even leaning into all of that money. And he understands what it's going to do for him, his region of Serbia, his kids. He understands that now. Yeah.
What am I drinking right now?
He's got a Joker drink. I have his shoes. You have his shoes. We have hats.
I have hats. Yeah. I almost bought a pair of Jokers last night for my wife, too.
Really? Yeah.
She wants the reverse ones, but yeah.
Oh, those are sick.
The blue and pink? Yeah.
I want the mural ones, the white ones. Those are pretty sweet.
I got to show you the new AGs that are coming out in the break. And I'm just like, I want to buy these AGs, but I'm not sure he's going to be on the team. So I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Him on another team?
Well, I mean, they're literally in Nuggets colors, and they match the AG jersey I have. So I'm like, I kind of got to get him. But like, what if he's on another team?
Well, AG's always going to be a legend here, so you can honor his legend forever.
Yeah.
But I just think Nicole is so much aware of that. Of like you said it, if the Nuggets are going to keep offering Supermaxes, which they will, he's going to continue to sign them and play basketball.
And I don't buy the notion that, oh, he just wants to be in Sombor with his horses. I think he obviously loves Serbia, and there's an aspect to him wanting to go home. But in terms of basketball, and he's already said he's never going to play basketball anywhere besides the NBA at this point, besides obviously international duties. Dude, he's playing in World Cup qualifiers this summer. Like, he cares. He loves basketball. He's not all of a sudden just going to stop playing at 34 because he wants to be with horses. He's going to play until the absolute wheels come the heck off.
I think he likes that little, he's just a happy-go-lucky. He likes kind of that narrative that's out there about him.
It was a really convenient narrative, especially when they were going up against the Lakers, because it was used to trick the Lakers, who were fools. Because they had a certain point guard named D'Lo that was easily convinced of stupid things.
That's right. All right, so if that's our Nuggets core, what do you think the Avalanche core is? I mean, I wrote down Gabe, Nate, and Kale. I don't know that there's much argument outside of that. Gabe Landeskog's got the C on his sweater. I know he's in his mid-30s, but as of now, still a part of this, and he was the best player for the Colorado Avalanche in their series against Las Vegas. Nathan McKinnon, I know he's wound too tight, and he can be a Richard from time to time in the locker room, but he's still Nathan McKinnon, Rocket Richard winner, Hart conversation player, and then Cale Makar's the best defenseman in the world when he's right. Those guys are the core.
I think there's a case to be made that it's Marty instead of Gabe. I personally wouldn't make that case. It would just be based off of the points alone, and Marty being over a point per game guy and Gabe being not that anymore.
If we were doing this 4 weeks ago, I think you'd be 100% right.
But what the Avs look like when Gabe is in the lineup versus what the Avs look like when he's not, I don't need to look at the points. I can tell you that they're a complete team, and if you want to do the points argument, who led them in scoring in the Western Conference Final when no one showed up? It was the guy who didn't play for 3 years, right? So
Marty scored 1 goal in the playoffs. 1 goal.
People are mad that I brought up Mikko, but it wasn't ever Mikko's problem. So, yeah, I would agree with you on the Avs core. I think it's clearly those 3 guys right now.
All right, then the Broncos, I went Bo, PS2, Waddle. You threw in the name Nick Bonito, which is certainly fair. He's a defensive monster and can get after the quarterback. So with the 3 cores now that we have established, and you can use your Broncos core if you want, of those 3 groups, who do we think is back in a position to win a championship as soon as next year? Not like, oh, you're going to the playoffs, in a position to win a championship.
The Avalanche. They have the best team of these 3 teams by far. It's not going to change overnight. Like, even if they brought everyone back, run it back, even if they do a shakeup, they're still going to have Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon. And I know how devastating the playoffs just ended. I'm aware of it. Here's the thing. They had 120 points in the regular season. They were clearly the best team in hockey. They went through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs at 8-1. You could easily write this off as Cale and Nate got hurt. I'm not going to, but there's a case to be made that they just were unhealthy. They ran into a team that was designed to beat them, and they should run this thing back. I still think they need to do some changes. There's no doubt about it, especially maybe with Jared Bednar, whose voice I think is worn a little bit thin. But in terms of the cores and who has the best roster moving forward and the best chance next season, the structure of the sport in football is going to punish the Broncos for being good last year, this year. And it's very cyclical in football, and we don't know right now if the Broncos are on the path up or on the path down. It's really hard to say. We know what the Avs are going to be next year, so long as the guys are healthy enough. The Nuggets, they're at the cliff. They're staring at the cliff. It could go one of 2 ways. They could extend that run, and they could be like that movie where they drive the car off the cliff and they're there for a few minutes and they're fine, or they're going to come crashing down right away because it's IRL.
Yeah, the Nuggets are definitely last. There is a part of me that's like, do I make an argument for the Denver Broncos? And it's because of coaching. David Adelman, we know, is just not good enough. Jared Bednar, is the voice stale? Is the message stale? One in and out the other is what I said yesterday. What do they still believe in? And then, dude, next year, when we talk about Nate being wound too tight, what if they get to next year and they face adversity? Because they had zero adversity all year. Zero adversity in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. Then they face it. Nate crumbles. We talk about how much that matters with the rest of the guys in the locker room. You don't have to walk around eggshells at work because of some dude on your team. So if they have to face adversity and Nate goes Nate mode, I'm worried about what it does to the Colorado Avalanche next year. The Broncos, I don't like Sean Payton most of the time, but I trust in him and his football knowledge. I'm really intrigued by what Davis Webb's going to be. I think Bo does take another step because of what they added in a guy like Jalen Waddle. So there is a part of me that goes, I could probably make an argument for the Broncos based on coaching staffs alone.
Yeah, and I understand it, but I don't think coaching is as important, at least in my personal rankings, as you're making it to be. And I understand a football coach is probably the most impactful out of
just get your
any of the
hands on
sports.
more stuff.
Yeah, and I get it, but I disagree with your point that there was no adversity because Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devontae suffered what was probably the worst loss of their life this year, which was in losing the gold medal game.
Yeah, but that's not my adversity.
But it was theirs, and they faced it. The thing is, Jared Bednar's not ever come back in a playoff series after been trailing as the coach, and that means most of these guys haven't either. And that's where I quarrel with where the Avs are, because at some point you need to prove it. And the thing is, whether you look at the Nuggets, the Avs, or even go to the Los Angeles Rams, any of these KSE organizations, the years they've won championships, Josh, they've had to be so dominant in order to win. It wasn't just good enough to go to Game 7s of playoffs and win and win on the margins and squeak through. I mean, heck, look how good the Thunder are, and they're having to go to a Game 7 tomorrow night. They went to 2 Game 7s last year, and we were talking about them as this like dynastical team. The KSE teams had to be so good, and I don't know what that is within the margins, whether it's they don't pay their coaching staffs enough or whatever, but the Avs don't win on margins, the Nuggets don't win on the margins, and the Los Angeles Rams don't win on the margins, and I think that's a problem. So I don't know how the Avs get to a point where they're so much better than everyone else, because this year they were a lot better.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were so much better than everyone else, because obviously Vegas was there.
They were in first place for 174 days.
The easiest change, probably with the most bang for your buck, because you know the roster is good based off what they just did, is changing the voice in the room. And if you say that's ridiculous, Jared Bednar knows what he's doing, he's won a championship. Vegas is on their 4th coach in 9 years, and they're going to their 3rd cup right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is how hockey works. It's not the same as all these other sports where you got to keep that guy.
Yeah, that's where a lot of fans get in their feelings. It's not a feeling business. It's a results-based business, and they didn't get the results.
Well, and this is why one of my questions to Josh Tronke when I asked it is, my feelings are towards Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic. It's these guys. I like Michael Malone. I like Jared Bednar. I don't really care who the head coach is as long as they're winning.
Yeah.
Like it's I certainly do from my job's perspective, because it makes my life a lot easier if they're a good quote or whatever. But from a fan's perspective, the guys I love are on the floor. And that's one of the things I actually agree with on Josh on his season-ending Nuggets press conference is we put the money on the floor. The problem is they don't spend enough of their money elsewhere, and they could still be spending the most significant portion of their money onto the floor. So, yeah, I agree with you in the sense that I think the Broncos present an interesting option in this debate, but I don't think they're talented enough. And I look at that roster and the coaching staff, and I actually have a question of whether Sean Payton is going to be the coach of this team in 2027.
I think that all depends on how good Davis Webb is, how he elevates Bo Nix, and
so if Davis Webb is really good, does that mean Sean keeps his job, or if Davis is really...
it means he does not keep his job, and Greg makes him be a sitting duck coach next year and lets the contract expire. That's actually how it should work. If Davis is outstanding or there's some unknown, you still have to let Sean ride this out so that you can make a clear and fair decision when Sean's contract's up, which direction you want to go. Sean would hate it, but I live in the lane that you live in. I don't care about any of the athletes' feelings. I don't care if you like your job or not. Perform. Same thing on coaches. I don't care if you're happy about your contract situation. Perform, and you'll get another one.
You said something really interesting to me across 2 of these teams now. So you would let Jared Bednar stay into this year and be a lame duck coach, because I think in this offseason the Avs have 2 options. You either fire him or extend him. I don't think you can let him be in his last year of
and
contract.
that's all I would do. It's the only thing I would do. You have to prove it now. Because I'm not in the my first reaction from the Avalanche is not fire Jared Bednar. I made a list this week on the show, and I had 10 names who I blamed for the loss before I got to Jared Bednar's name. So I'm not pointing my finger directly at him. If you have the argument, I don't have a lot of pushback because somebody has to be held accountable, but who's going to be the next guy up? I said David Carl, and I don't care about the inexperience. You brought it up to me on Twitter. But I'm not in the business of hiring Jared Bednar. Let's see what it looks like, and you can just let his contract expire.
Was like Holler on the list above Jared Bednar? Like how many deep did you go on the list?
I had a few. Me and my sister coaching T-ball were on the list. We crushed it up there in Thornton. We're good coaches, dude.
I mean, all the calf tattoos up there. I mean, you got to dominate your scene, buddy.
I do love when you text me, like, I'm in Thornton, seeing a bunch of calf tattoos.
Every time. North Glen and Thornton.
I got two of them right now, dude.
The capital of the United States of calf tattoos.
I got the worst tattoos on this station, and it's not even close. Not even close.
Hey, you got to lead the league in something.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, let's hit a timeout. I want to come back and talk a little bit more about requirements to be a championship contender. We were just talking about it with the cores. You certainly need a core, but what other sort of things do you need to be considered a championship contender? I want to explain that. We're going to remind everybody about our Day at the Lake contest. Are you a lake guy, Jake? You and the lady go out and hit the lake?
Jake on the lake creating wakes?
Oh,
come on.
Dude. Boulder Res used to be the spot back in the day.
Well, that's not really a lake, so.
Well, I mean, it's a body of water.
So I moved from Chicago to Boulder when I was very young, and my mom took me to the Boulder Reservoir, and she's like, I heard there's a beach. She takes me to the beach, and she goes, what the heck, and leaves within 2 minutes. She's like, this isn't proper, because she had come from Lake Michigan where she grew up. So.
And there's real beaches there.
Correct. So
I've been to Lake Michigan, which is pretty outstanding.
Yeah, that's you could surf on Lake Michigan. That's a little different. But like, you get me up on Dillon Res or Grand Lake or
Grand Lake's nice.
Those are proper. I mean, even Horsetooth is a little more proper, but Boulder Res, Cherry Creek Res, I mean, like, you're doing nothing there but catching some diseases.
And it could be dangerous at some of those too. It wasn't
and I'm not talking about from the water.
Chatfield this weekend, no. Well, if you need stuff to go to the lake, we're trying to hook you up with it. You could have a perfect day at the lake with Jake creating some wake if you win this contest. You got to download the Denver Sports app to enter, and that's it. You take one step, and you could be walking away with a couple paddleboards, a couple chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler. Download the Denver Sports app today, and you could be our big winner. All right, let's have that conversation. We talked about what football teams have to have to be a championship contender. I want to mix that up with the rest of the sports, basketball, hockey, and baseball, and see if our teams have any of it. Coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
If you're going to ask her to spend the rest of your life with you, shouldn't you give her a diamond worthy of that journey?
One that you can give her with no regrets?
A diamond that shines like no other.
That's why our family started Williams Jewelers over 75 years ago. I'm Michelle.
And I'm Bruce Williams. Today, Williams Jewelers is Denver's finest diamond engagement ring store with 10 times the selection of diamonds, engagement rings, and wedding bands you'll find in average stores.
Where you get a lifetime quality guarantee that protects you for the life of the ring.
A lifetime diamond upgrade guarantee.
A 30-day money-back price and total satisfaction guarantee.
And no regrets.
Give her a diamond worthy of her and your money's worth.
Say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303 Law 4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. will tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303 Law 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Pay what Ford and Lincoln employees pay at Siltahar Motors. Hundreds of new 2025 and 2026 vehicles, all at employee pricing. Savings of thousands off sticker, no negotiating, no games. The price is the price. Siltahar's been family-owned for 66 years, 4 dealerships under one roof, and a reputation built on neighbors taking care of neighbors. Shop hundreds of vehicles with employee pricing at sthmotors.com. Find yours before they're gone. Highway 36 in Wadsworth, Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on the Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Jake. A sister and wife. I always tell Kelsey, I'm like, she's singing about you. Tell my wife, or my wife, she's not my wife yet, but like she's singing about you.
She's her.
Yeah, I told you I'm gonna start smoking on vacation just because Ella does. I'm in.
See the music video for choosing I just wanna be her so bad.
Yeah, let it breathe. Let it breathe.
Hey, let it
So
be known.
good.
Cecil got mad at me last time, so
Yeah.
I should bring it down.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Let it breathe.
You see the
So
music
good.
video for choosing Texas?
Yeah,
It's pretty fun.
it's good.
Yeah.
It's real good. Does your wife get jealous that you are an Ella fellow?
No, she likes Ella too.
Okay.
She actually really likes that I find music for her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she doesn't get jealous of other women at all because she knows she's like I'm confident that I'm the best one. basically.
Nice.
So
You do have you might be the most, you like all brands, all music brands.
yeah, I don't discriminate really on it. I try to support good artists and good people, especially because I know so many people in Denver that are good people that are making good music that aren't probably ever gonna blow up to that level. You know, I'm going to a local show on Saturday at High Dive with people that I enjoy listening to, and so I'll go to a Jack White show, I'll go see Ella Langley, I'll go see J. Cole or Kendrick Lamar, and I'll go deeper stuff too. I mean, I just bought shout out to our great record stores. I just bought a great record from L'Impatrice, which is a French EDM band. I'll buy anything, man. And I got the record player. I'll listen to stuff. I'll throw it back on, and I do love live music though over anything. My dad really inspired me on this because he's such a big Deadhead, and he's been working. He started going to this local band out in Austin because he like moved there after he retired, and they like caught up a relationship, and now he's like working the merch tent at all their shows. And I'm like, Dad, like
cool,
you're like
dude.
you're like a 60-year-old groupie.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
It's like,
here?
what can I do to help? You know?
Yeah.
Hey, you got the time? Find something to fill it with, right? I like that. I do got to give a quick shout out to our boy Coach C. He's down in Southern Colorado. He's an A1 from day one, and he texts us a lot on the RamosLaw.com text line. So what's up with the Coach C? Appreciate you hitting us up. He says, got to give you guys a shout out, and he's LMAOing. He got pulled over by one of Colorado's finest troopers. He said, I apologized. I told the officer, I know I was distracted. I'm listening to the tribe. I don't know if it has anything to do with the tribe, but I'm going to say it does. She let him off with a warning. Love it. Go Tribe, says Coach C. Tribe helps tribe. That's pretty sweet right there.
Tribe putting money back in people's pockets.
That's
and
right.
Shout out our boy Dan Hansen on Twitter or on YouTube in the YouTube chat. Said, happy, sad roll call, picking up my daughter for the last time at school before moving her to Idaho away from everything she's always known. Cheers to all the dads who's gone through a day like that. So,
Ooh.
Dan, thinking about you, buddy.
Yeah, the tribe chat over there by Sean Ponda. Hanson's hit us up before. He's making the major move, as you know. That's a tough one, especially for your daughter. You know you have better things that you're moving to. She thinks you're removing her from the best things she's ever had in her entire life.
I've been in that spot. I've changed schools. I hated my parents for it, and it turned out to be really good decisions.
Yeah.
So just sorry you're going through that, buddy.
Yeah, she'll be better for it. I moved about 413 times as a child. You're going to be better for it when you grow up.
All those people expelling you from schools, all that skateboarding
Exactly.
and the grinding, they couldn't take it, man.
That was the latter half. First half was dad in the military. Latter half was me being an idiot. Yeah. All right. I wanted to talk about, we talked about the cores, right? The Broncos, Nuggets, and Avs cores. And we both said it's probably the Avalanche. I tried to make a case for the Broncos just based upon their coaching staff. But earlier, we talked about a Daniel Jeremiah tweet when he laid out the foundation of football teams, things they have to be a title contender. You got to have a quarterback. We've known that forever. You have to have 3 offensive playmakers, 3 defensive playmakers, 3 quality offensive linemen, and 2 pass rushers as well. We went over everything, and the Broncos have those. I'm not necessarily sold on the 3 quality offensive linemen. I guess I could call them quality. I don't know that they're like outstanding offensive linemen. But they're quality offensive linemen. Then, Jake, I asked you about the NBA. Got to have 3-point shooting, guard play, point of attack wing player, a defender type of player that fits that mold. And we said, yeah, the Nuggets do have some of those. Can we trust in them to get them back? What do you think those would be in baseball and hockey? And baseball is like, we can lay them out and then say, yeah, the Rockies don't have any of those. But what would they be?
One word, as I did 2 words for 3-point shooting for basketball. 1 word for baseball. Pitching.
Yeah.
It's pitching.
And you need multiple pitchers.
Yep, and that's why the Rockies in 2017 and 2018 were so good. Their pitching staff was deep, from Kyle Freeland to Tyler Anderson, John Gray, Herman Marquez, Antonio Senzatella, and then the bullpen was pretty solid too, with just guy after guy, and it was all those arms. Right now, if you went back and like put any arm on this team back on that team, obviously Senzatella's still on the team, and Freeland is too.
Freeland's awful.
At this point, Senzatella is somehow better.
Yeah, right.
But I would say the only guy that probably makes that roster is Chase Dollander, and it would be kind of a toss-up with him and Jeff Hoffman, who hadn't really hit yet. Like, you're talking about the entire Rockies pitching staff right now is not capable of even taking the jobs of one of those guys on those teams' pitching staff. That's how far the pitching staff is away from being any sort of decent, and it's not like pitching's coming up through the minors, so they are so far away from being competitive in baseball because they don't have the most important thing, let alone the fact that their younger players this year are not off to good starts, whether it's Ezekiel Tovar and Holiday's currently on the IL down in the minors.
Zeke was real bad. He started to figure some things out, but the whole month of May has just been down for the Colorado Rockies.
Brett Sullivan has pitched more innings than Ezekiel Tovar's hit home runs.
Holy cow. It's not good for Zeke Tovar. When we talked about the salary cap earlier, is that something that, all right, the Rockies have thrown money at the wrong places. Why wouldn't they just throw money at pitchers and go, hey, we are going to overpay because we have to, and then we, media and fans, have to accept whatever that guy looked like before, it's not going to look the same when he's starting at Coors. And we have to understand that.
Their most expensive free agent this offseason was?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Michael Lorenzen.
How's that working out?
their most expensive
I liked
free
him 'cause
agent
he wore
ever
Vans.
until Ian Desmond was Denny Nagel and that whole situation, right? Like we know how free agent, like the thing is, the level of free agent pitcher willing to come here and you have to overpay for it is not a good recipe for success. It's instantly a bad contract. You have to develop the pitching in-house. You have to create some sort of system for it, which is why I never wanted to fire Bud Black as bad as it got.
Really?
Because he's the only guy in the history of the Colorado Rockies who's proven he can develop a pitching. Only guy who's developed a pitcher. Only one.
You think he wants to be the pitching coach after he was fired as the manager?
Well, they almost brought him back to do it, remember?
Yeah. But that's a slap in the face is what that is. I guess if you're Bud, well, he's doing stuff with the Padres now, isn't he?
I don't know what he's doing.
I think he is. I think he's doing stuff with the Padres front office.
So that's the thing in baseball, and they're so far away from having it that it's not even worth talking about. But the other thing I would talk about, too, with baseball, the trenches in football are so important. I think in baseball, you want to build your team out from the middle, and it's catcher, shortstop, second baseman, center fielder. And if one of those guys is an elite bat as well that you can put 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the lineup, that's so important because then all of a sudden you got a plus fielder and a plus bat towards the top of your lineup. And there's not many of these guys. And we're talking about in Rockies history, Troy Tulowitzki was this, Carlos Gonzalez when he was, in his prime was a right fielder, so he doesn't even qualify. It's Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu. They've had like one good catcher ever, and it was on a team that did not matter, right? So like they've never really built out from the middle.
Hunter? You don't like Goodman?
That's the one good catcher they've ever had, and it was on a team that didn't matter. So he's literally the best catcher in franchise history. It's him, Jonathan Lucroy for half a season, and the corpse of Joe Girardi, as well as the Yorvit Torbiala.
I love little Yorvit,
and Chris Iannetta. Like those are the best catchers. They've always built from the corners in with Larry Walker, Todd Helton, Nolan Arenado, and part of that is the fact of like you can't like change a guy's position, but they need to target shortstop, which is why I was so happy when they paid Ezequiel Tovar. I thought that they were going to be able to build around him. Obviously, it's not working out well for him right now, but they had the decision a couple years ago in free agency. We know Trevor Story's a good player. You can bring him back at shortstop up the middle, or you can let him go and pay basically the exact same amount of money for Chris Bryant, who is no longer as good. And they chose to go to the corners.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a lot of confidence or faith that they'll find a way to develop pitchers. That's why the salary cap floor is a little intriguing to me of just throw money at it. I know it's been bad, but throw money at problems until you finally find a piece of you-know-what that sticks to the wall.
So the Tampa Bay Rays this year, who are one of the best teams in baseball, and this isn't like the most interesting thing for our listeners, I get that, but they have started 7 different pitchers this year. 2 of them were starting pitchers last year. One of the 5 is Griffin Jacks, who grew up in Colorado. He was a relief pitcher for the Twins last year, was fantastic, was one of their top prospects, starter, flamed out, went to bullpen, was really good for the Twins, got traded at the deadline, and the Rays turned him back into a starter, and he's been fantastic. I don't understand why the Rockies couldn't see value in that. And, like, they're always about the hometown kids. They go up over and beyond for anyone from Colorado.
That's why Kyle Freeland's still on the team.
Grinding for that city, as his tattoo on his forearm says. Speaking of
says?
bad tattoos. So, yeah, man, like, it's just there are ways to this, and there's ways to be smart about this. The Rays don't have any money like the Rockies, and yet they're one of the best teams in baseball. And they figured out a way overnight to overhaul their entire rotation going into this year, using guys that really weren't starting pitchers the last couple of years. Obviously, they have a good prospect in Shane McClanahan anchoring it. You could be doing that exact same thing with Chase Dollander.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just so far from being able to think like that I don't have faith that they're going to be good at any time in the next several years.
I want to ask you about the hockey side of this. And really what I want to talk about is the emphasis on goaltending for the Colorado Avalanche. And we'll do that coming up next.
After a stunning defeat at the hands of the Golden Knights, are the Avalanche facing a similar reality as their Ball Arena counterparts?
Here's the stark reality. The championship windows for these two teams have closed. And so both teams need to move on to different coaches. Both teams need to shake up their rosters. The Nuggets have already shown that they're not willing to do that. Now we'll see what the Avs do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Denver Deck Builders is the #1 deck builder in Colorado. With me is the owner, Ron Gibbous. What is the advantage in building a new deck or replacing the old one?
If you were to spend $50,000 on a deck, probably increases the home value by $25,000 to $35,000. You will get some of it back when you sell the home. But do you want to use it to spend time outside with your family, with your friends, building memories and building relationships?
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. And if you need serious car repairs but don't want the hassle of a shop, All Points Automotive is 100% mobile. From engine rebuilds to transmission replacements and all the mechanical work you need, they come to you guys. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Flatland Cavalry. Shane Smith and the Saints. Fiddler's Green Amphitheater, Saturday, June 20th. Get your tickets now at AXS.com.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Our boy Steve from FOCO hits me up on the RamosLaw.com text line. Steve and I share something in common. He writes, God, I hate Thornton. My mom lives there. I barely visit her. Shout out North Glen. That's where you want to be, Steve. North Glen over Thornton. We appreciate you hitting us up. Jake Shapiro is sitting in for my boy Cecil Lammy today. Jake and I will be back at it on Monday while Cecil's on assignment out there doing his thing in Las Vegas.
CeaseCon 2026.
CeaseCon, that's right. I can't wait to say it when he gets back. How was CeaseCon? Hopefully he's doing great, having a great time, and selling the Smoking Gun brand. We want to talk to you about goaltenders, and then we actually have some breaking news to share. Before we do that, another reminder about our Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp happening June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Looking to get kids involved in the game of football. And if you've got a kid between the ages of 8 and 14 that want to learn a little bit more, come get coached up from former Broncos like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, as well as the staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters. And for more information on this camp, hit up our website. That's DenverSports.com/camp. All right, so we spent some time talking about the core pieces that each of our Denver teams, Broncos, Nuggets, went over the Rockies a little bit there, need to have to be considered a title contender. And I don't know if we need to dive deep into it on the hockey side of it, but I did want to ask you something I've thrown out there this week. It's a weird conversation because Scott Wedgwood's under contract for another year and Mackenzie Blackwood's under contract for, I think, 3 more years for the Colorado Avalanche. Is the one thing that this group has never had for the Colorado Avalanche, because if we put on paper what you need to be a championship contender, the Avs top 6 are checking all of those boxes. But has there ever been a big enough emphasis on goaltending? That's kind of where my mind's been over the last couple days with the Avs losing. Gabe's great. Nate's outstanding. I know he rubbed some people the wrong way, myself included, by not scoring goals and then not showing up for a end of game, which is essentially for the NHL, their end of season press conference. That's just a weak little, it's got crybaby vibes to it to me, and I just don't like that from Nathan McKinnon. But they have everything that they would need on paper. They've just never had this top-tier goaltender in the NHL. And maybe it's wishful thinking. If it's a pipe dream, tell me it's a pipe dream, because you can't have all these nice toys and then the outstanding goaltender as well. But that's the one thing I go, all right, this group, this Nate, Gabe, Kale coming in kind of core, the one thing they've never had is this goaltender where you don't have to go, yep, no questions on the guy that's between the pipes.
I will acknowledge that goaltending at the elite level in the NHL has become a little less tied to winning the cup, but I still think you need a goalie that stands on his head.
It can win you a game or two.
Yes, and the Avs had one goalie in the playoffs that stood on his head and almost won them a game, and it was Mackenzie Blackwood in Game 4 against the Golden Knights.
Mm-hmm.
And that second goal, which definitely not his fault, the team was pressing, just going all out for a goal at that point, he gave you a chance, and you didn't win that game. Scott Wedgwood was fine. Both Blackwood and Wedgwood for the playoffs were like literally exactly in the middle of the pack for goalies in the playoffs and expected saves and expected goals and all that stuff. If the Avs were able to acquire that goalie, I think we'd be talking about them having already won 2 cups and they were still in it this year. Look, I'm not going to sit here and sing the praises of Carter Hart, the human being. We all know that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, because of the situation that occurred with Carter Hart off the ice, the Vegas Golden Knights found themselves an elite goaltending talent, and they were able to play him. And that's one of the reasons why they were able to beat the Avs, because not only did they smother the Avs, but early on in games before they were smothering the Avs, Carter Hart was making a lot of big saves.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you. I agree it's important. I do think the Avs have tried to do a lot there. Look, they keep changing out their goaltenders every couple of years. They've tried to find that elite goaltender. Mackenzie Blackwood was an elite goaltending talent at one point. I do think that with Scott Wedgwood's performance, perhaps there is a deal where you can keep Mackenzie Blackwood as your starter for next year, but you trade Wedgwood for an interesting young goalie who a team maybe has given up on in their own system. I look at Sebastian Casa with the Detroit Red Wings as an interesting guy to maybe be that guy.
Yeah, that's one thing that keeps popping into my head of like, it was a dual system with the last cup. You went dual. This time I was the Scott Wedgwood guy. But I also said, hey, I think there's a layer of this of it being overcoached and a little bit too much thinking going into riding the hot hand, or like, all right, Scott, he's kind of falling back down to earth, but we're still winning, so we don't take it away from him. Mackenzie was outstanding in Game 4. You're 100% right. I got no pushback on that. He was probably the best player on the ice in an Avs sweater in Game 4, just not good enough. All right, Jake, you've got some breaking news to share. I know Broncos fans are patiently waiting to find out what the next step is for the Broncos Stadium. And honestly, I've been kind of patiently waiting of like, all right, you guys want to do it at Burnham Yard, and you keep having these press conferences and telling us that you're almost there and that you're almost there. Are they better than almost there finally?
This is according to the Denver Business Journal's Katie Cheshire, who just broke this story. The headline, Denver Broncos finalize agreement to buy stadium site from the Colorado Department of Transportation. The story, I'm just going to read you a couple graphs. The Broncos and the CDOT have reached an official agreement for the NFL team to buy Burnham Yard, the team's preferred site for the new stadium in the heart of Denver. The finalized agreement comes as the formal closing on the purchase is pushed back to this fall. So it's not finalized yet, and they're still using the term preferred site, which is a little interesting.
That's what we've all been waiting for to go away.
Hasn't gone away yet.
Okay.
Quote, we are pleased to finalize the formal agreement with CDOT to purchase the Burnham Yard site with a closing expected this fall, Patrick Smythe, Broncos spokesperson, said to DBJ. Since Walton Penner Group purchased the team in 2022, the Broncos have contemplated building a new stadium. Katie goes on, last year the team confirmed the Burnham Yard sale, or the property as their preferred site, and as part of this finalized agreement that is being reported on today, the Broncos have paid the state money.
Okay.
That amount was not disclosed yet. There is a purchase cost of $45.8 million, but that has to do with a loan. It's all complex. All you need to know, no complete price out yet. The wording has not changed from preferred site to definitely going to happen, and there is money that has exchanged hands. So basically, we've gotten one step closer to them building this giant stadium right there between 6th and Colfax in Lincoln Park, La Alma, Lincoln Park. But we're not at the point where we're saying shovels are going in the ground next week.
That's what, you're waiting for get rid of preferred site, the photo op of shovels or big scissors or whatever the heck you're doing.
Leach is going to have a huge smile.
Yeah, big old, hard hat on. So what about, wasn't there a water company that was still kind of holding out a little bit too?
So Denver Water, not a water company,
pretty big
the
one.
water company that we all get our water from, or most of us, obviously. Not everyone lives in Denver that's listening to us. Shout out to everyone outside of Denver.
Shout out Aurora, that's where I live.
Shout out Glenview, or Glendale. All of those places. So there is some stuff going on with Denver Water where they're occupying the site, and the Broncos are going to help them change some of the stuff with their building. They have this awesome new facility that they built just a couple years ago, and that's getting moved around. So there's a lot of moving parts still in this project, but obviously we're at the point where money's being exchanged. We can pretty much confidently say this is most likely going to happen. And this, by the way, is just the CDOT part of Burnham Yard. The Broncos have also facilitated purchases of properties surrounding Burnham Yard. So we're talking the Broncos, and I'm just ballparking it, probably somewhere just shy of $100 million of property purchases in downtown Denver for this site already at this point.
And that's just to buy, tear it down, and build it back up.
Correct. So it is the preferred site, but it's not like they're just like, we would like to do this. They're pretty fiscally invested.
Yeah, and it is the site. There's some, what is it, the I's that got to be dotted and T's that got to be crossed before they can take that away, and there can't be any legal action brought upon them.
And we're talking about Denver Water. We're talking about CDOT. These are major state agencies with a huge amount of money. These things need to go through the proper channels. And from all I've heard, from all the reports from that have been made public, the Broncos have been really good partners to everyone, and I think they're doing the right thing. Like, we're talking about a stadium that's going to be $1 billion stadium that's going to be built by 2031. Yeah. Like, that's a pretty rushed timeline, and yet I can still say I think the Broncos are playing it slow in a way, in the sense of, like, they're not rushing this. They're doing it the right way. They're not like, oh, we need to do all of this in order so we're hosting the Super Bowl in 2031. They're trying to do it the right way so that this is a sustainable stadium in a neighborhood that's appreciated for a long, long time, and they've demonstrated, in my opinion, a lot of care for what the situation is, and today's another step towards that path of building their future, what are we going to call it, the Pennerdome?
Pennerdome's pretty good. I like a little Pennerdome. And by the way, the city of Denver, they need Greg Penner much more than Greg Penner needs the city of Denver, and I think all parties are aware.
Yeah, I think this is obviously a really good partnership, and this is I'm happy that the Denver Broncos are most likely staying in Denver. I thought that was going to be really important for the team.
Breaking news, they are inching closer to a stadium site and getting rid of that preferred word right in front of it. All right, hour 3 done. Quarter 4 on deck. What's hurting the Nuggets the most? Bad contracts, their bad head coach, bad defense from your superstar? Can they overcome those? Can they overcome some of them and win? Let's kick that around next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medication long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight regain is common. And here's something most people don't realize. Research shows a significant portion of weight loss can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Right now, you can schedule a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. Go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Results may vary.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In a city full of choices, your savings destination is Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. Over 300 new Toyota Tacomas. Only $399 a month lease. Visit GrooveToyota.com. $399 a month Tacomas. Built for the Rockies. Priced for you. Buy today in person or at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere.
Closed and lease for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. 0 security deposit on approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Offer expires 6/126.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on The Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Holes in before, too. You looked at the clock. You just tried to decide if you could do it. I saw that.
I'm like, can I do that? No, I got some golf coming up sooner rather than later. I've been playing quite a lot here the last couple of weeks. So
gotta have a night with the lady.
That's right. It is. That'll be a night with the lady tonight. She's not even a Morgan Wallen fan, but she loves Brooks and Dunn. So she's gonna go for the Brooks and Dunn. I'm gonna be there for the Morgan, and then we'll both leave just happy as hell.
Here's where I think of how sicko of a sports fan I am when I hear Brooks and Dunn. I think about the 2017 Rockies bullpen who had Brooks and Dunn, Mike Dunn and like Brent Brooks or whatever his name was.
Different group.
Different group. Way less good.
You've actually known me probably longer than anybody here. Is it a surprise to you that I'm a country guy now?
It was a turn that I did not see coming, I'll be honest with you. I thought you were going to be like, Wu-Tang, there's
right.
You
I still am, but
yeah, but I thought you were going to be telling us kids about how 90s rap was the best for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I didn't even think you'd be like, and then you'd be the guy that eventually was like, yeah, I got to let Kendrick into the club, but like begrudgingly,
right.
And then you're like, this Young Thug's got nothing, Future I can't stand, blah blah blah. Yeah. But it's probably because you can't stand any of those guys so much that you just shifted to a new genre.
That's right. Like I can't stand the new rap, so I'll just go to new country, I guess. But I still am Mr. 90s rap. My golf playlist is 90s rap, Morgan Wallen, and Ella Langley. Little Cole Swindell, too. Kevin turned me on to him. But that's about it.
I like making playlists where you have consecutive songs where no one in their right mind or no one in the world has ever put those like three songs in a row together.
My boy JJ was telling me about it playing golf. He's like, your playlist, I love it, and then I hate it, and then I love it again as soon as the song ends.
It's part of the tribe. We know why people are listening, but we can't give it to you all at once. We gotta we gotta string you along so you keep coming back.
Gotta come back to it.
How you gotta treat your playlist.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't just give them all the candy. You gotta slow play it.
That's exactly right. All right, good stuff, Jake. You broke the news about the latest step on Burnham Yard, still the preferred site, but they are getting closer and closer to hammering the details down and putting some shovels in the dirt. I want to ask you about these Denver Nuggets. We talked about the cores. You said it's the Avalanche, and you're probably right that it is that Avalanche core of Gabe, Nate, and Kale that give us the best chance to return to form. But when it comes to what the biggest hurdle is for these Denver Nuggets, what's hurting the Nuggets the most right now that you say in your head, like, all right, they still have Nikola Jokic, so they're going to be a player. They're going to be a playoff team, but can they win a championship? If that answer is no, why is it? My easiest answer, and it is the lowest hanging fruit, is just David Adelman. Said it the day after the season. All right, they're going to run it back with David Adelman. They're not going to win a championship. It's impossible for me to turn them off because, one, I have this as a job, and two, I love basketball. I just love the game of basketball. I love Nikola Jokic. I'm going to watch them. I still think they have 0% chance to win a championship because of David Adelman is my biggest reason. And the second is, and they might be doubling down on this with the Payton Watson stuff you talked about earlier, is just these contracts. Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon have major contracts, and I can't trust either of them right now as a basketball player. I really want to trust Aaron. He's the one that I'm like, dude, break my heart. I'll just keep trusting you over and over again. But I'm having a hard time doing it.
Yeah, and I would continue to go back with you on it of just saying, at least we know Aaron Gordon's good when he plays.
Yes.
There's a chance that you replace Aaron Gordon with a guy who gets injured, isn't as good, and is just as expensive. Like, that's a real possibility for what the Nuggets do moving forward. So at least you know one of those three things to be true with Aaron Gordon right now, which is he is that good. So that's why I'm really hesitant to move from Aaron Gordon or move from Jamal Murray. I don't like the message it sends moving Jamal Murray. You have a guy who works his entire career to have the season he just had, and he has it, and then you're going to trade him. I think that just sends a horrible message to the rest of your organization. Oh, and by the way, because he waited to make it, not waited, but he didn't make an All-NBA team to this point, his contract's actually out of value because everyone who's an All-NBA player is a Supermax player, and he's just a max player.
Yeah.
So him not getting that extra kicker in that contract actually makes him at value as long as he remains one of the top 15, top 20 guys in the sport.
That was a big part of mine of like, and you know where I was with Jamal a year ago, of like, the dude finally did everything I was asking of him to do, and now he gets punished because their coach can't figure it out, and they're going to stick with him to save a couple of dollars. That's unfair to a guy. That's unfair to the guy that is Jamal Murray.
And again, it sends a horrible message to everybody else. So and like I've said over and over on Shapiro and Piro on our digital channels on YouTube with my boy Anilo Piro, I want to see Jamal Murray finish his career in Denver. He is one of the 5 best Nuggets of all time, and I don't even think it's debatable. Like, think about that list. For me, it's Nikola Jokic, it's David Thompson, it's Alex English, it's Dan Issel, and it's Jamal Murray. I don't know how in your right mind you could put Carmelo Anthony over any of those guys.
You can't. Jamal's a champion.
Correct. And all of the other deep playoff runs and playoff moments, it just, and you look at Jamal's career statistical profile, it's like, and I know what Jamal means. I watched both eras. Like, Jamal is that guy. And the only other guys
like, I have a soft spot in my heart for a bunch of guys, but they're not equal to what Jamal meant to the team bringing in a championship.
Kiki Vandeweghe was freaking awesome, man. Dikembe Mutombo got Ball Arena built, made basketball in the city matter for a couple years.
Dude, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, for a kid like me in the 90s, pretending to be Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf in my driveway, he was everything to me when I was growing up.
Iconic, but those 3 players, you know what they have in common?
What?
They weren't in Denver long enough.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's the reason why. Jamal spent 10 years here. There's been a decade of Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic running up and down the court, scoring a lot of points, and winning a championship. And what Jamal Murray did in the finals, people will say, oh, Jamal this and that, and you were one of those guys, and now you've come around. Jamal Murray had a 30-point triple-double in a finals game on the road. You can never take that away from him. And it was so meaningful. It won them a championship. And you could make a case that in the 2 years the Nuggets made deep, deep playoff runs, the Western Conference Finals in the bubble, and the championship they won, Jamal Murray was just a hair below as good as Nikola Jokic, which says a lot because Jokic is by far and away the best player in the sport until, maybe the last 3 months.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to check you. I didn't come around. He did.
Okay, fair.
He did.
Fair.
He just did what we all wanted him to do, and I think we thought he could do. That's what he's turned into.
I just can't get rid of that guy. I can't.
I can't either. I can't.
Like I said, I said this to you a month ago, the only guy I could possibly convince myself of is Evan Mobley because he's a defensive player of the year. He fits a lot of the qualifications. But let's say you traded Jamal Murray for Evan Mobley. Then you're probably trading Aaron Gordon for a ball handler. How are you finding a playmaker and a ball creator and a shot maker as good as Jamal Murray when everyone in the league knows you need to move apart for him?
Right.
And, oh, by the way, Jamal Murray's one of the elite guys at all of the things you need. And it's still not good enough at those skills as a team level because you don't have a shooting guard who can score.
And, dude, I feel about Aaron the same way you do. Like I said earlier, I'm just trying to figure this out with the hand we're being dealt, how I can get my Denver Nuggets back into the conversation that I want them to be in.
I just don't want to accept the fact that the Cronkies, for no other point than helping their wallets, because being in the tax does not hurt you from a team-building standpoint. I need to reiterate that as many times as possible. It only helps their wallets, what they want to do to this team. being in the second apron, yeah, it removes some flexibility. What have they done the last couple of years with their flexibility? Well, this year they had an open roster spot and quote-unquote flexibility, and their starting center got hurt, and their backup center got hurt, and they wouldn't even sign a 10-day contract center. So flexibility to me is a meaningless poo-poo word that they just use so they can save money. The only reason why Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Peyton Watson won't be on the floor together next year as a foursome is to save KSE money. There is no logical case from a basketball team building standpoint to make that any of those four guys, getting rid of one of them, helps you, unless you're getting a guy like Evan Mobley because the Cavs panic because they want LeBron or something crazy happens. And call me when that happens, because I don't think the Cavs are all of a sudden going to get rid of a guy who just won DPOY 2 years ago.
And by the way, you're only going to hear that here on this station because everyone else is afraid to talk about what the real reason behind these Nuggets' lack of moves will be. All right, we'll get back to some hoops conversation. I want to get into Game 7 with you at some point for tomorrow night in the Western Conference Final. In the meantime, Broncos conversation. How do they handle a first-place schedule? What if JK goes down again, which we all assume is going to happen? Is that the end of the offense the way it was last year? Let's tackle those questions next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
I've got to tell you about Champ Honda. If you're looking for an SUV that can handle Colorado, check out the new 2026 Honda CR-V. It's comfortable, capable, and perfect for everything from your daily drive to weekend getaways. Right now, Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you've got more options than ever. And I love this. Champ Honda does things differently. Their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy means a fair price up front and way less time at the dealership. They never charge dealer handling fees.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters.
Check out our family of services at denverroofpros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. They also offer finance plans that come with no payments for 2 years. 5280 Exteriors is a locally owned company that has been in business for 20 years and knows the Colorado climate. They are a 2024 and 2025 James Hardy President's Club winner. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account. Plus, you pay 0 penalties on the transfer. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer is coming in hot. Don't wait.
Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rock's Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rock's Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of May. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Yeah, here we go. Little Wu-Tang right here, Jake. Alex is on game too. He knows a little bit about what's going on. Alex, you're kind of a younger guy, but you have kind of an older soul of music.
I just love music. I'm with Jake. Like, I'm not listening to all the younger or newer people that are coming up, but I listen to a lot of music, and I think everyone should. I listen to music in all kinds of like languages too. Like, music's just really cool.
Oh wow, different languages.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, I speak Spanish. I listen to a lot of music in Spanish. Love listening to music in Japanese. I like music.
That's cool.
Music's cool.
That's very cool. I will say, like, my first concert ever was Crisscross, to make you want to jump. And then I didn't go for a while. And then my next concert at Fiddler's Green was Kiss and Aerosmith with my dad.
Right up that alley with my dad. First concert was Cheap Trick.
Oh, dude. Hell yeah. Cheap Trick rips.
Yep. Underrated band. Alex, what was your first concert?
My first concert that I went to because I went to a lot of stuff with my dad, but he was just like, I was like a 10-year-old, and he was like, "You're coming with me because I don't want a babysitter." My first concert that I ever went to was Logic back in like 2014
that's a good
or
one.
15.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was at like the Ogden. It was really cool.
Yeah.
That was before he really blew up, too.
Yes, no, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Ogden is a great spot, especially for a guy that's not quite that, but you can feel that it's going to blow up. You're like, I saw him at this venue before he was who he is.
I can put this out now because I don't live there now. I lived a block from the Ogden the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And I saw Chapel Roan there in a non-sold-out show on like a Wednesday night 2 months, 3 months before she had Coachella 200,000 people there.
Damn.
Like, it was literally like a week or two before
Yeah.
she blew up. It was crazy, dude. And I've seen so many artists there like that.
I lived by the Bluebird for a long time, and it's sort of the same thing. When I was married before, she was like that, just want to see live music. So it's like, we don't have anything going on Tuesday. Let's just walk down there and buy the ticket for who's performing, and do it quite a bit. So yeah, live music. Way to go. Way to go. Fired up to be out and about tonight. Kevin and I are going to be over at Mile High, checking out a little Morgan Wallen and Brooks and Dunn. All right, Jake, I want to talk to you about these Broncos a little bit. We talked about their roster and the moves that they made. I want to talk specifically about J.K. Dobbins. I think that the offense pretty much hit a wall last year when J.K. Dobbins went down. R.J. Harvey had a couple of moments, but he's just so much more of a pass-catching threat than he is a running threat right now. Maybe that pendulum swings back the other way as soon as this year. But with J.K. Dobbins, I hate to feel this way, but I sort of do, and that is with giving Bo the benefit of the doubt where he's going to elevate with Jalen Waddle. I still have in the back of my mind, kind of in my Broncos thought, that if J.K. goes down, as does the chances for this offense to really be potent and hurt the opponent.
So you look at J.K. Dobbins and Aaron Gordon and see the same thing.
Kind of, yeah, I do. That's a good comp, actually.
Interesting. And I don't disagree because both are extremely effective when they're able to play. But obviously the chances for both teams took a ginormous hit. I would say that Aaron is more irreplaceable, and that makes sense because there's a smaller amount of players on a basketball roster, whereas I do think RJ was okay in that spot. And maybe this is because also Aaron's backup, Peyton Watson, went down, and Spencer Jones was hurt. So it was like the backup's backup. So we were down to Peyton Hillis playing power forward for the for the Nuggets, right?
And we don't value running back like we used to in the football world.
Right. So I get what you're saying as the running back just got the highest paid contract in the history of running backs, Jeremiah Love, who hasn't done anything in the NFL yet. But, yeah, I get what you're saying, and I understand why J.K. Dobbins is such a valuable piece. I'm not as big of a Jonah Coleman guy as Cease because he is literally driving the bandwagon. But I've said on this show that, to me, Jonah Coleman was one of the most impressive running backs when he was back in the Pac-12 when I saw him, and that was like early on in his college days before he really caught the eyes of guys like Cecil and in the draft world and obviously the Broncos. So I like Jonah Coleman. I think R.J. Harvey is fine. He's a fine NFL running back. I don't know that the Broncos have a dominant guy in that room, but the three of them together are probably enough, especially with the addition of Jalen Waddle as your core playmaker, because to me, you just got to get Jalen Waddle the ball, and when you can't, Cortland Sutton's there, and as a third option, you have a couple running backs that can get you a couple yards. So I'm not too worried about it. I worry more about Sean Payton getting in Davis Webb's way.
Mm-hmm. That's a big worry of micromanaging or just, hey, this is, especially the first 6 weeks, because I was going to ask you about the schedule. The first 6 weeks are a gauntlet. At Kansas City, Jacksonville, Los Angeles, at San Francisco, at Los Angeles Chargers, and then a short week you host Seattle. What if it doesn't go well those first 6 weeks? Is Sean pulling it back from him, or understanding this is what the schedule is? It might not be complete over the first 6 weeks. And I tell people all the time, the first 5 weeks of a football season mean nothing. The teams that we find out about in the first 5 weeks will not be the same teams that we're talking about in the final 5 weeks because so much changes in between.
The only thing that matters is you can't win the Super Bowl in the first 5 weeks, but you can certainly lose it if you put yourself in a bad position. What was your initial thought about the record in the first 6 weeks of the season with that Thursday night game in Seattle, capping it off, against Seattle, kind of capping it off? What was your initial reaction?
I had them at 3-3. Like when we did the overall record, 3-3. And that's winning at Kansas City, which I'm basing that off who Patrick might not be at that time, although I saw a video of him throwing yesterday, and he looked to be just fine. And then that's they win the first two, they lose 3 in a row, and then they beat Seattle on this short week.
Do you feel more confident than beating Kansas City if Patrick Mahomes is playing in that game or if Justin Fields is playing in that game?
I actually have the same amount of confidence, which is weird, but I am stuck. Your guy, Nick Bonito, who you brought up earlier and made some good points about, I love the idea that Nick Bonito is going to be the first one to hit Patrick Mahomes and the unknown from Pat's mind after that injury, and it just gets to linger with him for the rest of the day.
I think there's a good chance Justin Fields plays in that game because Justin Fields has proven over and over again he's a solid NFL quarterback, and I think Andy Reid's going to really like what the options he gives you. And watching what the Broncos linebackers have done against running quarterbacks and tight ends, and that's what the Chiefs would have, would be not good. And so I look at the first 6 weeks, and man, this is going to be a clip because people are going to be very upset.
Here we go. Kevin, ears up here.
I had in my initial reaction to the first 6 weeks the Broncos going 1-5.
What? Wow, what's the one win? I need that drop over here. What's the one win?
I've got them beating Jacksonville.
So they go 1-1 after 2 weeks and then drop 4 in a row?
Yeah. They're like, here's the thing. They're going to be very motivated to win the game against the Rams on Sunday Night Football because ownership will be. Because the last time the Rams played the Broncos, do you remember that?
Oh, that was this jersey controversy, right?
That was the Christmas game that got Nathaniel Hackett fired. And what was so embarrassing about that game?
Russell Wilson.
Not to the owners. It was my cousins just beat my freaking butt on Christmas right here.
I remember it was one of the Nickelodeon games, and Patrick Starr literally said, "That's not what he wants to cook up," when Russell threw an interception.
Right. I remember that, too. That's what fans will remember.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it more from the team's
I didn't think
perspective.
about the
So that's going to be
Thanksgiving
the
dinner
Walmart
battle.
Bowl. That'll be the Walmart Bowl. And so that game, I think, is going to be really important to the Broncos. And if they lose that at home, and then all of a sudden you're going to a 49ers team who is really talented. I know they're older. Shanahan's still a great coach. And a Chargers team I have a lot of faith in. Yeah, he is.
Is he?
Yeah.
I
I'd
think
rather
our
have
definitions
Shanahan
of
than
great
Payton.
are different. Shanahan ain't won nothing.
Okay. Well,
His last name carries him a long way.
That's not wrong.
Now they're going to hate tweet me.
Yes, they will. This is just going to be a segment of people who are, what are they talking about? But I look at this 6-week stretch, and I think there's a lot of reason to believe that the Broncos are going to be really scuffling, whether it's 1-5 or 2-4 after this stretch. Now, I'm not sitting here going they're not going to make the playoffs or they're not going to win 10 games. I think that middle portion of the schedule is really going to catch them on fire. We've seen them last year, 2 years ago, even the first year with Sean Payton, go on big winning streaks in the middle of the season. So I don't have a worry that they won't be able to turn it around in the season, but I think the start to this schedule is going to be so tough on the Broncos that your scenario where Sean's going to have to trust Davis will turn it around might actually occur, and they won't be pulling the ripcord. And you and Cecil, or me and you, or me and Cecil are going to be sitting here on this show going, they need to panic. They need to do something because they're going to be 1-5. But I'm sitting here on May 29th telling you and telling us in the future going, it might be okay if they're 2-4 at that point. They might still find a pathway forward.
It's a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet those first 6 weeks. To hate tweet Jake, it's at Shepalicious if you want to get after him. All right, Jake, I threw a trade idea out for the Nuggets that you weren't a big fan of earlier. We can reset that, but I want to know what's on your mind as well, how to fix this roster sooner rather than later. Coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Now at McDonald's, everyone can get more of what they want, when they want it, with McValue. You can choose your wake-up call. You can choose your study meal, or even your drive-through dinner.
Ah, the sun is rising, and our breakfast prices are falling. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and more for under $3 each. Limited time only. Price or participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
In the playoffs, games are won and lost in overtime, where the pressure is at its highest. In your facility, overtime starts the moment the power goes down. That's when experience makes the difference. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has delivered expert electrical construction, service, and maintenance, including fire alarms and large-scale power distribution. Their licensed electricians are built for high-pressure situations and complex projects. Starting something new? Make the call that keeps you out of overtime. Include Piper Electric. Visit piperelectric.com.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes: Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
This is Terry Wickstrom. I want to tell you about a financial product I personally really believe in. A home equity conversion mortgage from Mad River Mortgage, your reverse mortgage specialist. The HECM program's only requirements are to live in the home, do basic upkeep, pay property tax and homeowner's insurance. No monthly mortgage payment is required. For more information, contact my friend Mike Rabin at 303-396-2804 or go to madrivermortgage.com. NMLS 1504779.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, rocks, heating and air.
The biggest country party of the summer is happening Saturday, June 20th at Fiddler's Green Amphitheater. Flatland Cavalry.
Knowing that you're never coming back.
Shane Smith and the Saints.
All I ever see is you.
Plus Kevin Powers and Lacey K. Booth under the Colorado sky.
Who taught you how to move on? Who showed you how to make it look so damn easy?
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces OKC in Game 7 starting at 5:30. Sunday on the Fan, Chicago faces St. Louis in baseball action starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are on our final half hour. Big shout out to Jake Shapiro. He's sitting in here for Cecil Lammy. And I do want to get to some Nuggets coming up, though, about 10 minutes. I want to get into that conversation with you about what Game 7 is going to bring tomorrow night for the NBA, for Oklahoma City, and, of course, the San Antonio Spurs. But, Jake, I threw out a trade idea where you do a deal with Detroit, and I know it doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. You didn't like it. Shipping out Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson to get back, I understand, inferior players. That is Karis LeVert and Isaiah Stewart. I'm trying to kind of play the long game, put the Nuggets back in a better financial position because that's what they care about more than winning. And then maybe it sets them up for winning. So is there a trade idea or something you've thought about where you go, hey, maybe this is a better route for the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, I've been banging the Evan Mobley table.
Dude, I like that idea.
You can do it with Cam Johnson and Aaron Gordon for Mobley, and I think there's a reasonable case that the Cavs would want to do that if they keep both players, if they flip Cam Johnson to try and get LeBron, whatever it is. That's an interesting one. But I'm going to throw out another one that I've seen passed out, and I want your take on it. I'm not saying this is one I like better. It's Dillon Brooks and Royce O'Neal for Aaron Gordon and Zeke Naji.
Okay, you're getting Zeke off the roster, which I've been trying to do since they give him that deal. I don't hate it. As much as Dillon Brooks, everybody's going to hate the idea. I get why people don't like Dillon Brooks. How much of it is with Dillon Brooks of I hated him when he wasn't doing that nonsense on my team, or to my team. Now he's doing it on my team. So there is a little something like that. The fact that he's partnered up with Underdog and Rip and Shea gives me a little bit more grace for Dillon Brooks. So that part's fun. And then he showed up at the game sitting courtside, right? I'm kind of that petty. So I kind of like that he's that sort of petty. I actually don't hate the idea. I would imagine they're still saving money because you don't have the same sort of dollars tied to those two players that are tied to Zeke and Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, you would be saving money. Dillon Brooks is only making $22 million. I don't have the Royce O'Neal number in front of me, but that's obviously not.
Yeah, that's not going to be big either.
Right, and Aaron Gordon and Zeke together is $40 million next year. And Josh,
I would imagine that lets you sign Payton Watson.
It would help. You would still probably need to do something else. Obviously, the Valanciunas piece of it, and there's some other stuff there.
There's $10 million, though.
But there's $10 million extra that you didn't have before, and I'm going to give you a crazy, crazy, crazy number. And you're talking about how the Nuggets need more offense out of their wings.
Royce is making what Val is making.
10 mil?
Yeah.
For what? How many more years?
He signed the 4-year deal. He has 2 more years.
Okay. So that's a little bit tough, but Royce is a decent player.
Mm-hmm.
He's not useless. Do you know how many points per game Dillon Brooks averaged in Phoenix's 4-game sweep against the Thunder where none of the games were close? But
No.
Okay. He averaged 26 points per game.
I would have never. You could have given me 15 guesses and I would have got that high.
Do you know how many players in the Nuggets playoff run averaged 26 points per game?
1.
0.
Oh, wow.
Dillon Brooks scored more points per game in the postseason this year than Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, that's a kick to the nuts.
Yeah, and obviously Dillon Brooks isn't even known for his scoring, but he was scoring 20 points per game this year for Phoenix, and he was shooting from 3, 34%. He's never been a good three-point shooter. 2 years ago, he shot 39%, but he's known because he was a guy who was on an all-defensive team before. So that's a trade that interests me. I don't know that it makes you much better, but it does shift the pendulum of what your team is built around, and I do think the Nuggets need to get a lot better on the perimeter. So that's a trade that I look at and I go, I bite my tongue, but it's better. I mean, honestly, for me, if you're trying to dump salary and you're trying to get rid of a guy and you are trying to get better while also dumping rid of a guy, Christian Brown for Isaac Okoro and Jalen Smith on the Bulls, where you get a useful wingback that's overpaid, but he's useful, and you're not just locked into the deal with Christian Brown and a backup center back making way less money who's got talent in Jalen Smith. That's a deal I look at. Obviously, that's not as sexy as some of the stuff we were throwing out there. And then there's the big stuff. You could trade Jamal for Kyrie and Najee Marshall.
I just don't. That doesn't seem real to me.
No, and I don't really know that makes you much better. I mean, you could trade Jamal for Jaylen Brown or Derek White. There's that stuff, but as we talked about with all the Jamal Murray trades, how are you getting better at what the Nuggets need, which is a skill set Jamal Murray has already? So I'm more of a fan of trading these other guys if you have to. Like this trade, for instance. Cameron Johnson in this year's first, which this year's first is not going to impact the Nuggets roster.
It's what, 26?
Yes. I think the Nuggets either need to move the pick, move up, or move down. They should not pick there. They need to do something. So it's Johnson and a late first-round pick this year for Aaron Naismith and Jarace Walker on the Pacers.
I don't hate that at all. Don't hate that at all.
This is what I'm talking about, Josh.
That's actually probably my favorite. that one there.
And that's why I respect your basketball analysis. We go back and forth on it, obviously. That's why I hate what you propose so much, because I think there's more options on the table than dumping a very valuable player in Aaron Gordon for a guy like Karis LeVert, who I think is basically done in the NBA.
And see, I like the fact that you're going this way, because it is a little bit more of my biggest factor is I need to get in a position so the Nuggets can contend and then be contenders again, and not just this, well, we have this one-off year, and if we win it, everybody's going to be super excited. But if we don't, nobody knows what the hell we're doing moving forward. I don't want to be in this spot anymore. And I think we can make some moves that sets them up to be in favorable positions if they don't climb the mountain and get where we want them to be.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of...
And they're not gonna, because David's the coach.
Right, and that's the thing, is it all comes back to the fact that David's the coach. But I'm a fan of running it back in the sense that it gives you the most talented roster. So if you can find a way to trade Zeke Naji to the Grizzlies for Cam Spencer, like that's something that makes you better and adds you a player. Obviously, it doesn't help much with the cap situation. It's like $5 million difference. But do you want me to... I looked at this trade, and this is the trade that would tick off the most amount of people.
I want to hear it. Coming up next.
After a stunning defeat at the hands of the Golden Knights, are the Avalanche facing a similar reality as their Ball Arena counterparts?
Here's the stark reality. The championship windows for these two teams have closed. And so both teams need to move on to different coaches. Both teams need to shake up their rosters. The Nuggets have already shown that they're not willing to do that. Now we'll see what the Avs do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For more than 2 decades, Denver Deck Builders has helped homeowners across the Denver metro area transform their backyards with custom deck installations and premium outdoor living solutions. They can help you too. Find out more at ddbonthefan.com.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. Is your car making a weird noise and you're not sure what exactly is going on? All Points Automotive makes it easy for you. Free diagnostics and estimates from a 100% mobile mechanic who comes to you. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more, getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, it's that time of year. Time to get your lawn in great shape for the season. And when it comes to healthier, greener grass, I know of no two better products than Rich Lawn Turf Food and Revive Ready Spray. Rich Lawn Turf Food is premium organic-based fertilizer that builds stronger soil and keeps your lawn lush and green longer. And you'll find Rich Lawn Turf Food along with Easy Green Grass Seed, Iron Rich for yellow lawns, and Go Rich organic-based garden fertilizer at the Home Depot or your local garden center. Then give your lawn a boost with Revive, the fast-acting organic-based lawn treatment that helps create thicker, greener grass with deeper watering and deeper roots. Say goodbye to the backyard blues, guys. With Rich Lawn and Revive, your yard will be ready in no time. Find it at Home Depot or your local gardening center.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303 Law 4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. will tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303 Law 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Summer is not the time to sit on the sidelines. It's the time to feel confident, feel healthy, feel like you again. Soda Weight Loss is now Soda Diet and Nutrition.
Just 3 weeks in, and the pounds are dropping off very quickly.
No pills, no injections, just real food and a team of nutritionists. And right now, when you join with Soda, your partner joins for free. Call 866-800-SODA or visit SodaDietAndNutrition.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 1043 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, here he comes, walking out with Bruce Brown, Peyton Manning. Somebody on the text line said that Stokes said Peyton is not involved. But, I mean, Stoke isn't going to play his hand. You can't bite the hand that feeds, right? You don't do that. Stoke's smarter than that. Kevin, what's your final answer? Who walks out with Morgan Wallen tonight?
Either Bo Nix or Sean Payton.
Oh, Sean Payton?
What about the combo deal?
I don't want it to be Sean Payton.
They squash their beef on stage at Morgan Wallen.
Sean and Bo?
Yeah.
Points at his ankle, daps him up, right? Like, I don't want it to be Sean.
I
don't think Sean. This is going to come off mean, and I'm sorry in advance. But is Sean cool enough to do something like this?
I mean, Kevin James played him in a movie.
Kevin James is not cool.
That's the point.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
Oh. I don't know, like Sean Payton, Morgan Wallen, that just doesn't. Sean's like his dad.
Sean's more of a he came out with Kenny Chesney.
That's more of his speed. Yeah,
him and Kenny are good friends. I just don't know where Bo Nix sits on the Morgan level.
Yeah,
like I don't know if he's a diehard Morgan fan and stuff like that. But if he had to come out, if anyone was to come out, it's got to be Bo right now. You have to do this.
I think Sam Ellinger just coming out. Just
It's Stiddy again. It's Stiddy again.
He was going to have Bo, but he twisted his ankle on the way out. I don't even want to say that.
The last time we were all in the stadium together.
Sorry. Shouldn't have said that out loud.
Hey, last time I was at Mile High, I cried.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I don't want to cry this time.
Yeah, seeing Messi score was unbelievable, right, Kevin?
That's why you cried, right, Jake? I'm going Peyton. Final answer, Peyton. If it's Sean Payton, I'm going to be disappointed in that. I don't, again, great football coach, Sean. Thanks for flipping this culture on its head and getting us back on track. But Morgan and Sean are just completely different breeds of human to me.
Give me like a defensive player. I'm telling you, it's going to be like Riley Moss and Alex Singleton like together. It's going to be something stupid like that. I'm telling you, man.
You got Brandon Jones coming out there.
Probably not Brandon Jones, but you have to have like a player, because like we just talked about it during break. Like there are a lot of good-looking girls that are going to be at that concert, and I don't think they're going to get hyped up for Sean Payton. They can get there. They can get behind, like, you know, this guy's a hard-hitting Denver Bronco. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess Alex is a handsome fella, and he's got the hair, right? So you can get him fired up for that.
Cecil would call him handsome, you know, with the hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Or would until like a week ago.
I'm going Peyton Manning. Final answer. That makes the most sense. Just easy. Get the crowd fired up. Win us over before you even sing a song. That's what's going to go down. All right. One more reminder about our 100 Holes for Golf. It's going down on June 11th, Stokely versus Bye. 100 Holes for Golf to raise money for Recruiting Classroom. Their mission is to help kids play sports. Kids want to play sports. Sometimes you can't afford it, and that's completely unfair to the little ones. So who's going to raise the most money? Well, that's where you can come in and help. Pick your player. Make a donation. and help the kids win. If you want to pick Stokely, go to his website, StokelyCares.com. You want to pick Zach, go to his website, ZachCares.com. May the best man win and the kids get some dough. All right.
I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too, Coach. We love you too. Jake, you had another trade idea that we were going to kick around, and then I want to talk about what we're expecting in this Game 7 tomorrow night for a trip to the finals and take on the Knicks.
I hate this idea.
Okay.
It's going to tick you off, and it's going to tick off the other team. It's going to tick off literally everybody involved.
All right.
Jamal Murray to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid. It works. It makes sense for both teams.
They take pressure off of Ant so that Jamal can come in and help him bring the ball up the floor. The Nuggets get a backup big that can shoot and stretch the floor.
And play with Jokic.
Play with Jokic and a defender, your point of attack wing player that can score when he needs to as well. I hate that I like it is what I'm at. I hate that I like it. And I don't know how much you were listening, but during the Minnesota series, it's, the shtick. Like, I hate Minnesota, right? It's not my favorite sports market. It's almost happening the same thing with the Spurs. I don't hate the Spurs at the same rate. I didn't like Popovich because of the way he treated us, but I earned so much respect for Minnesota. Even Jaden McDaniels. I've always kind of had this respect for Naz before he re-upped with Minnesota. I'm like, hey, why don't you kick the tires over there and see if he'd come to Denver?
After they lost in 2024, I said on DenverSports, you can go find it. It's on our YouTube and it's on our Twitter. I called the Minnesota Timberwolves a bunch of bums. I did, because I truly believed it. Like, the Nuggets beat themselves in that series in 2024. I came away from this series hating the Minnesota Timberwolves less and more respectful of them.
That's what it was, respect.
Like, I was just like, I like Finch. I like McDaniels now. Like, that was kind of cool what they did. It sucks that it happened against my team, but I can't even hate it. Like, I am upset and I hate the Nuggets for what happened. I don't hate the Wolves.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly how I felt.
Hate Bones, but...
Yeah, well, Bones, he makes his bed. I really hate that I'd like that trade idea. I think that's a really good trade idea, and I don't want Jamal to be traded. Neither do you.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You could throw in, like, picks, and I still couldn't.
Is that something Tim would do?
It's a great question. It would help them facilitate a Giannis trade, which they really want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it does make sense for them on a level, and obviously Jamal is a Tim guy, and Tim, based off of what we know about Tim, knows about 11 NBA players, and they always end up on Tim's team.
Yeah,
so
exactly
it would
right.
make sense.
If Tim likes you, you're probably good, and you're going to have a job wherever Tim has that job. Yeah, dude, it's weird that I don't hate it and in fact like it. It's the only thing of like, well, can I trade somebody else to get those guys and keep Jamal? But Minnesota wouldn't answer the phone or entertain any of those ideas. Because that also, all right, here's another fun one. Who's better then? Who's the better team after those trades go down? Who's your point guard for the Denver Nuggets?
Jalen Pickett.
So the answer is Minnesota then.
Well, I look at them and I go, you still have Rudy, and I know Rudy was good against the Nuggets, but he was horrible in the next series. And you have now a significantly smaller team without McDaniels and Reed, and I think that's one of the things that makes you so good. And you couple that with the loss of Cat a couple of years ago, and you still have Julius Randle. I mean, Josh, who the heck is passing on that team between Murray, Edwards, and Julius Randle? And Rudy Gobert, who can't throw a pass. So I don't know that either. I think both teams are probably actually worse, even though on paper you feel like they got better because they solved their issue, but they so much degrade a strength to help out a weakness that it makes them probably overall worse. And as much as people in sports look at the weaknesses of a team and go, we got to solve it, I do think there needs to be as much thought to, we need to strengthen our strengths. And that's something that people don't focus on enough as well.
Yeah, that's a very interesting trade idea. You were right. People will hate it, but if you think about it for just 1 second, it does check a bunch of boxes for each of the teams. I'm just I've drawn my line in the sand. I can't trade Jamal. I'm not going to trade Jamal. Wouldn't do it.
Evan Mobley for Jamal Murray.
We're getting closer, but I'm still a no.
Okay.
Getting closer, though.
That's the only one that I'm like, even Jamal Murray for Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs. You probably have to throw Johnson in, but.
Cam?
Yeah.
Still a no.
Okay.
I like Mobley better than that.
Yeah, I do too. But we're talking about all NBA caliber players.
Yeah,
we're not talking about, some of these trades I've seen throw out on Nuggets Twitter are like, you trade Murray for Davion Mitchell and Noah Clowney because you got a dump salary. And it's like, you can't.
No way.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
Franz would be pretty fun in Denver.
Franz brings you the size, he brings you the shooting, he brings you the creation. I think the way to get it, if you wanted to do it, and it would be interesting because the Magic had him, would be trading Aaron Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that that's
like
something
old
they
for
want to
new.
do. Right.
The other way now.
Right. But it's not like they, as much as Jamal Murray would help them in ways start their offense and initiate their offense, I mean, what does having Jamal Murray and Desmond Bane at the same time do for you while you also have Paulo Banchero?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make a lot of sense for them. Oh, and by the way, during the show, they just hired Sean Sweeney from the Spurs. That's their new
they
head
did
coach.
make it happen?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Last thing before we talk about what's going on in the weekend, how do you think this Game 7 goes down? I can't wait for tomorrow night. Let's see how competitive it is. Obviously, a absolute beatdown in the best way last night with the Spurs making it a Game 7. How do you see this Game 7 going down? I know what we're rooting for, but can Victor and the Spurs get over the hump and slay the dragon of Shea and OKC?
This series has been about two things. The games Victor Wembanyama has been awesome in, the Spurs have won. The games the Thunder have shot well from three, they've won. I think A.J. Mitchell not being on the court is a significant damper to Oklahoma City, as well as the fact that Jalen Williams is not himself. But ultimately, history has told us time and time again. Lately, it might dispute this with youth performing very well in the playoffs and youth performing well across the board in the NBA. And there's a really interesting story by Matt Moore, our friend Hardwood Paroxysm, about this youth performing well recently on his website, The Denver Dig. But ultimately, NBA history tells you time and time again, guys in their first Game 7, a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old, and a 21-year-old, I can't bet on them going on the road in a Game 7. So, unfortunately, I think the Thunder are going to come away winners in this series. But I think there's a case to be made that the best matchup for the Knicks to win the title, if that's what you want, is the Thunder, because they are so Shea dependent right now, and you could get Brunson to kind of match that 1-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
And the Knicks are one of the only teams, if not maybe the only team in the NBA, that has the level of wings that can match the Thunder's wings, as well as a big man that can play alongside the two Thunder bigs. So if you want the Knicks, the Thunder winning is good, but I think the Thunder are going to eke this out, unfortunately, because I would love to see Wemby in the finals.
I would too, and I think we both agree that you are going to see Wemby in the finals at some point, sooner rather than later. We said it, 22 years old, third season. It took a lot of guys in the past some time to get to not just a finals. It took Jordan 7 years to win the finals. It took him, 5 years to get to a conference final. And here is Victor in year number 3. I think tomorrow night's game, San Antonio's been so good at coming out and throwing the first punch. And if Wemby's hitting like he was last night, they keep punching and punching and punching, and OKC can't answer. I'm afraid that they are going to throw that first punch, and then Oklahoma City answers, and they don't have that cushion that they've been building in some of these games. I'm going to pick San Antonio, and it's all with my heart. It's all with my heart because I'm rooting for San Antonio, and I don't want to pick the Oklahoma City Thunder. I do think it's better than a puncher's chance that San Antonio wins. I look at this as like a 50-50 split, even with Oklahoma City being at home. Maybe I go 55-45 because of that. But what you're saying about these guys not knowing, OKC has done it multiple times against multiple teams as a different group each time.
They've won 2 Game 7s in the last 2 years.
So much trust within that locker room and that organization. That's what scares me.
Is there a Nuggets angle to this at all of Nuggets fans should maybe be rooting for one of these teams to win or lose? Because I would posit this. Both of those teams we are aware are a step above the Nuggets in where they are right now. Is there a way where one of these two teams loses or wins and it impacts the way they play next year, helping the Nuggets? And I mean, if OKC loses this series, do they panic and trade a bunch of assets for Giannis, which I'm not sure is going to work out, and that ends up going badly?
So they get their Wemby stopper?
Yeah, while at the exact same time, the Spurs make the finals, win the finals, and look at champions the last couple of years. The Thunder are the first one since the prime Golden State Warriors to even get into the conference finals. So I think there's a path here where it's like, oh, the Spurs are in the finals, the Thunder panicked, and both of these teams are lesser somehow next year. So I think that's the only Nuggets angle from here, but that's really reaching.
Well, and also just back to the Oklahoma City thing real quick, it's the same thing of how much in that locker room is going on. Well, you got to beat this team now. I'm not sure we're in this position anytime again moving forward because of what the Spurs are going to become.
Totally. I think this is their opportunity. Everyone knows the Spurs are coming. And by the way, this is kind of a last dance for Oklahoma City. Hartenstein's out of a contract at the end of this year, potentially.
I didn't realize that.
Lou Dort is out of a contract at the end of the year,
Lou,
potentially.
yeah.
Williams' extension kicks in, making him significantly more palatable to trade. Like
Time to pay Case and Wallace sooner rather than later, too. I think he's got 1 year left.
Yeah, and that means he's extension eligible this summer. So there are a lot of factors with this OKC team where you go, this is kind of their last gasp, and they could do something really special, which is become repeat champions. Hasn't been done since the Golden State Warriors, and we're looking at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander putting a stamp on his back-to-back MVPs, unlike Jokic, unlike Giannis, winning 2 titles with them.
Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy all day right here on KKFN, KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver, and KARS-FM up in Laramie. What up with it, 102.9. The Drive sliding in here. I was asking him, I think the Thunder will win. I just can't pick them to do so because of the hate in my heart for the Thunder. So I'm rooting for San Antonio. Come out, throw that first punch. Wemby make 5 threes in a row like you did last night and put them behind the 8 ball so they're chasing their tail. That's the ideal scenario. I'm not sure it's going to go that way.
Well, I think the Spurs are live to win the game. I am going to pick them to win the game. I've already bet them plus 3.5.
Nice.
I just think they have more weaponry right here, right now than Oklahoma City does. Not Oklahoma City even 3 weeks ago. Right now, today. J-Dub he shouldn't even have played. I mean, he was a complete shell of himself. So 2 of their 3 best shot creators are going to be down. And you look at Game 7s, for whatever reason, post-COVID, home court advantage has not mattered as much. The road team in this postseason is 2-2 in Game 7s. And I just think that, Jake, and I heard you say it, and I catch myself saying it, we got to stop saying the Spurs are coming. The Spurs are here. This is the most ahead-of-schedule team in the history of the NBA. This is a group that won 35 games last year and is 48 minutes away from the NBA Finals. We have never, ever seen this, and so I cannot wait.
So you have the Spurs winning it.
I have the Spurs winning it. I do.
48 minutes away from a Finals where they will be the favorite.
Correct. I mean, these guys, like this,
22.
It's unbelievable. It's the quickest ascension that we've ever seen. And again, the entire history of the NBA is about the climb. It didn't matter if you're Jordan or Kobe and Shaq or LeBron. Like, the greatest players that ever lived had to go through the climb, and they are stepping into a portal and going from base camp to the summit of that mountain. It's insane.
Well, and Kobe won a championship at 22 as well.
Well,
and he started to elevate at 22, but look at his team. Now,
and
the
that's
Spurs
what I was
going to
say with Magic
but it
and
wasn't
Kareem.
The same.
There's the other exception, which is Magic, but he was playing with literally the third greatest player of all time.
Who was in year 8 or maybe 9 when Magic came onto the scene, and he was unequivocally the best player. So yeah, I mean, guys, and then here's the thing: you're talking about like the future and stuff with Oklahoma City. If Oklahoma City loses, they might look at the Spurs and say, "You want to know what? We actually need to do something drastic. We're going to get Giannis Antetokounmpo."
That's what Jake said. They turn into Minnesota versus Denver. Our mold has to be to beat you.
Stop
Giannis or Mobley are 2 guys I think they would just go all in, $150 on the dollar to get one of those guys. And I was positing it as like, is there a way that actually helps the Nuggets because they significantly hamper their chances? I mean, I think Giannis is a great player, but there is a scenario in which his 30s do not play out as an athletic guy as well as people think they are going to.
Yes, and dude, I remember when I was doing the Mile High podcast, it's probably 2000, I don't know, 21, what Giannis was like there. He was here on the scene, MVP, and I remember having the debate, if you were going to take one of these players right now for the rest of their career, Giannis or Jokic, who would you pick? And my argument was Jokic because his game is going to age so gracefully because he plays on the ground. Not the case with Giannis. And also, what doesn't get discussed enough with Giannis is just how banged up he's been. Soft tissue injury, the same one, the calf, over and over and over again. So, I mean...
But that's his game, explosiveness, and that's what you risk the most every time you go to play that way.
Totally. So, who do you guys have?
I picked San Antonio with my heart. Probably picking the Thunder with my head or if I'm betting on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of just think the Thunder, based off the fact that San Antonio's 3 best players are under 23 years old, and it's their first Game 7. It's on the road. It's going to be tough. I know the stat about
Zach, I've been in that building for a Game 7. It was the loudest I've ever heard almost any arena ever.
Sure.
And, Shea looked horrible last night, and I am a big A.J. Mitchell believer, but there's something about Alex Caruso and Kason Wallace and Aaron Wiggins, if he plays in a Game 7, that scares me. Jared McCain's been awesome home or road this series. Like, they have enough dogs to still win this, and I think Dagnall can outcoach the Spurs staff in this series. So I picked the Thunder, which is unfortunate because I really want to see Wemby versus the Knicks. I think that'd be an unbelievable finals, and I'm sick of just hating the Thunder every time I turn on my TV.
Well, I'm going to go with the Thunder too, man, if you want to ask me, huh, ZB?
Well, a clean sweep.
I'm going with the Thunder too.
A clean sweep?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the Thunder, man.
Well, you guys see the spread on the game.
No.
3.5.
Wow.
I mean, Vegas thinks this is going to be, because you typically are going to get a point or two for being the home team in a Game 7. Vegas thinks this is going to be a coin flip. And I as soon as the number popped last night, I bet under 212 total points. I think this is going to be an absolute rock fight. In Game 7, what can you control? You can't control whether shots go in, right? But you can control your defense. And these are two defensive-oriented teams. I think first team to 100 wins this thing. I think
Race
this is
to
like
100.
I think this is like 103 to 96 type of a setup.
I think it's 96-93.
Dude, I was
96-93. SGA hits the game-winning three.
I was literally at
Oh, yeah.
I was literally at 97-90 last night when I first thought of this game. So I'm with you guys.
Crazy, man. This is it's been a really fun series. I mean, Phil, it's been.
I'm gonna go get in Morgan mode, ZB.
Go get in Morgan mode.
There we go.
Go get in Morgan mode. Man, I was telling you, I think I even mentioned it on the air. I was pulling up tickets to Colorado Eagles.
Yeah,
and
you were talking about it. You're like, hey, I'm
tomorrow
going to
night,
go to an Eagles game.
Tomorrow
Colorado
night,
Eagles game.
and it's less than an hour from my house, barely 59 minutes to get to Blue Arena in Loveland. And that arena, I haven't been in there, but every seat's a great seat. And I grew up on AHL hockey. Okay, I didn't go to NHL games. I was going to see, they were the Albany River Rats. They became the Albany Devils. And that's what I grew up on. And I was going to take my boy, and then I'm like looking at the basketball schedule, like, am I really going to miss Game 7? I don't think I can. I think
there's like 3 players on that Eagles team who are probably going to play a significant amount for the Avalanche next year too. Like, that Eagles team is pretty good. Like, they're this deep into the playoffs. But I'm with you because, ZB, I told my wife over and over, do not buy Rockies tickets for Saturday. I do not want to go to that game. I think that the Avs might play 1, but I think that OKC series is going 7. Please do not buy these tickets. Avs lost. She goes, we're buying Rockies tickets. Aww. So I'm sending Saturday on my phone at the Rockies game.
No way.
Come on,
you're going to the game? You're going to the... I'll be there on Sunday, but I can't.
Jake, just pretend like you're sick. You can't miss it for the Rockies.
I can't pretend I'm sick.
You're a basketball guy.
I know. I'm going to be watching on my phone. I can't pretend I'm sick because my buddy's playing a show later that night, and I got to go to that.
You feel better by that time.
Yeah.
Come on,
an hour and a half later, like.
Wow.
So I'm going to be or I'll be rooftop Richie, our boy. I'll be on the rooftop at the Rockies game watching Spurs Thunder. But I'm plugged into that game. I'm not paying attention to a single pitch of Rockies. I'm there for the cheap beer, guys.
Man, oh man, it's going to be, well, like I said, I'll be there. I'm going to be there at the Rockies game with my whole family. I'm bringing my whole family
Sunday,
on
right?
Sunday afternoon, 1:10 first pitch.
Over under like 25 pitches watched from you?
Over.
Okay.
Over, because I'll be betting the over. It's a day game at Coors, so I'll be like halfway invested, then halfway, paying attention to the kids and whatever they got going on. But, yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. Jake, man, enjoy it. Enjoy the game. Enjoy Game 7 on your phone.
Do you think I can put an AirPod in, or is that rude?
It's rude if you're with people. But if it's just your wife, you can put an AirPod in.
There's people.
Okay, yeah, you can't put AirPods in.
I won't get to hear the bang or anything like that.
Right.
You messed up, Jake. Big
God.
time.
Well, this is the biggest basketball game since Game 7 of the NBA Finals last year. Game 7 of the NBA Finals last year, and people forget that the Pacers had a lead at halftime in Oklahoma City.
And nobody gave the Pacers a chance.
No.
If we all remember, right? Everybody was like, the Pacers are going to get beat. They don't have the experience. They don't have the talent like the Thunder. And yet it went to a Game 7.
Yeah.
And I would say it's more anticipated than even in that NBA Finals game. You'd have to go back to Game 7 of the 2018 Finals for a game that's probably this anticipated.
Man, these are two it's a current juggernaut against another current and future juggernaut. I can't wait for tomorrow night. All right, shifting gears a little bit. It appears, with the information that we have right now, that Jared Bednar will return as head coach of the Avalanche. We'll get to that next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up